Hello and welcome to the summer season at Sotheby's, a series of exhibitions and auctions featuring a mere half-millennium of art history, boundary breaking and one of the highlights of summer in London. Over the next half hour or so, I'll be showing you masterworks by artists including Kandinsky, Pablo Picasso, Edgar Degas and Andy Warhol. But we begin with Britain, because this season Sotheby's is introducing an evening British sale celebrating British creativity from the beginning of the 20th century right up to the present day, and will be featuring masterworks by artists including David Hockney, Peter Lanyon and L.S. Lowry, among others. And to celebrate this inaugural British sale and the return of live auctions, Sotheby's have asked the London-based fashion designer Bella Freud to curate a series of happenings to showcase the creativity and influence of British artists. So where better to begin our journey than with a painting by Bella's father, Lucian Freud, of another titan in British art, David Hockney, and to join me, another titan, or on the way to Titanic status, Tom Edison. Tom, artist depictions of other artists always fascinate me, but this is particularly compelling, isn't it?
Yeah, I completely agree, Tim. I think what you see here is really the two sort of grand dukes of British art history coming together in this one portrait. Freud at this point in 2002 was really at the very height of his career, about to embark on another retrospective at Tate Gallery, 80 years old. And you have Hockney, again, peak of his career at 65. You know, both of them had known each other for such a long time, they'd met 40 years prior. And so what you see here is this culmination of this long, somewhat episodic relationship condensed into this magnificent portrait.
I love the fact you say Hockney is at the peak at 65. He'd say the peak's yet to come,
yeah,
but you're right. He's certainly at a peak. I mean, you're right. And I always feel there could be a competitive element between artists in the way they depict each other. Artists are competitive with each other. They don't like to admit it. But what I love about this is that Hockney, who is a dandy, you know, the way he's depicted himself in his art, he's colourful, playful, you know, right from the beginning. But this is almost, look, this is who I am, or this is who I'm going to be. It's pretty well warts and all, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's really the very essence of what Freud was doing and looking for within his portraits. And I think, you know, Hockney, a great student of art history and knowing Lucian incredibly well, recognised that and wanted to be portrayed as he is. You know, as I say, this is a long relationship of them being friends, and Hockney calculated in the summer months when he did sit for Freud, it was over 120 hours. It's a long period. Hockney sort of said in the sort of quirk that he thought Freud might sort of pre-mix his paints to make it a little quicker. But as with Freud, each brushstroke was done individually, stepping back from the canvas. But what Hockney found remarkable was it gave them this chance to talk. It gave them this chance to discuss art and their lives. And that proved a really fascinating point for Hockney. But it also just imbues this portrait with this greater sense of, you know, the essence of the sitter.
I've calculated there must have been about 22,000 cigarettes smoked during the duration of this. But I think that sense of conversation and dialogue is really profound, and it does somehow manifest itself in the painting. Lucian Freud's a great painter of the human skin, of surface, but metaphorically he gets underneath it, doesn't he? I mean, there's a sort of sense of an itch when I look at a Freud painting.
Totally, and I think it's part of that long process. And when he talked in 1954 in his Some Thoughts on Painting, his manifesto, he talks about that intensification of reality, and I think that's what you see here. You know, from the 1940s up until 2002 and up until 2011, a huge focus was this single-figure portrait, and that's to get the inner essence of the subject matter. He was looking for the truth, and that's what you get here, this long, slow process. Hockney says, you know, he wanted a specific jacket and shirt to wear. He had to arrive on time at every one of the sittings. He had to be exactly the same because he didn't want anything to change. You know, everything affected the light, the clothes you wore, affected the palette of the skin. And it's that real, you know, arduous, slow process, and through 120 hours of sitting that you get to know the sitter.
Tom, thank you. We're going to hear more from you later. There's plenty more great British work coming up. But I want to move our attentions to the modern and contemporary evening sale. Wielding the hammer that night, Helena Newman, one of the great works of the entire summer season, this one by Kandinsky. Helena, we use the word museum quality quite a lot when we talk about paintings, but this is literally museum quality, isn't it?
Well, we're incredibly excited to have this Kandinsky as the star lot in the sale. It actually belonged at one point to the Guggenheim, to the Solomon R. Guggenheim Museum in New York, who had a great holding of works by Kandinsky. And in 1964, in these very rooms, Sotheby's actually sold 50 of the paintings by Kandinsky from the Guggenheim. This was one of them. And it was acquired in that sale by the family of the present owner, a great American collecting family, and it's coming directly from them to this auction.
So it's 30s Kandinsky we're looking at
Yes.
here. And I hope I'm not being too reductive when I say there is a kind of fusion of different approaches that Kandinsky pioneered into abstraction. I mean, the softer, more expressive is there a little, but we're looking geometric and post-Bauhaus here as well. So it's a kind of wonderful laboratory, I think.
Here, in this period, which is his last great period, 33 to 44, you get this fusion of lyricism, musicality, juxtapositions of colour. And then what comes in, which is, I think is new to this particular period, is the kind of amorphic, almost biological forms. And I think he's also looking equally at music and at science at this incredible moment in the 20th century. And it all comes together here. The musicality is almost visual here. It's not just the juxtaposition of colour that Kandinsky saw as almost like chords evoked through colour, but also you can actually see visually the tension of the strings of a musical instrument.
Yes. Well, I was thinking the metronomic beat as well, and,
Yes.
and the head of, it seems to be a part of a violin. What I love about the parallels with music and Kandinsky's art is it's really complex, isn't it? It's not just abstraction equals a sort of abstract sensation that is equivalent to that of music, although there's an element of that. There are literal notions of composition, structure, key, time, rhythm, and so on that play in different ways throughout his work.
Exactly. There's the compositional structures, and then there's the spirituality, and the two are running together and threading together throughout all his work, because it was a vehicle for him to get into that deeper, sort of highest art form. I mean, he thought that music was the highest art form, and in a way, that was the vehicle for him to make that leap into abstraction. For instance, blue was for him the colour of the deepest spirituality, and here in the top left you've got this circle, and it's like this sort of pure deep blue, throbbing blue, almost like a resonance. And then here you've got this very interesting juxtaposition of these four circles kind of pulsing against each other. It's almost rhythmic. And I look at this and I sort of feel that sort of throbbing rhythm and energy and excitement and lyricism. I mean, it's both got the tautness of the geometry and the softness of the lyricism, which I think is brilliantly exposed.
And I suppose that's the tension in the title, but the notion, is this tension calmed? Let's not be literal about it. I think it's very playful, this painting, and it's even more playful in the flesh than I thought it was in reproduction.
Yes. I mean, it's almost dancing on the canvas, and that's that incredible lightness and tension. You know, if we think of, you know, what Kandinsky was living through in 37 and, you know, what the world was living through, it's incredible that he brings this sort of joy and energy to this canvas. I think it's an extraordinary example. And he's also, of course, looking back at his Russian roots. I see that here as well. He's going full circle to his earliest paintings influenced by the kind of Russian scenes that he saw as a child in Odessa, you know, those sparkling rooftops of the onion-shaped buildings and the mosaics, and that, I think that comes through here as well.
That's wonderful. I hadn't thought of that. Absolutely right there. That and a fusion of different perspectives, different viewpoints. Helena, thank you. Staying with abstraction, but moving forward to the 1960s, and to an artist who's obsessed with the history of art as he is to its future, the great American painter Cy Twombly, and joining me, Emma Baker. Emma, Cy Twombly's works always have great physical presence, but this is like a visceral explosion.
It's a powerful painting. I think you have these two elements in the middle and they're almost fighting against each other, and it's just really just quintessential Twombly in that regard.
You could say it's the Apollonian forces with the Dionysian, and that gets us to the Mediterranean, where Twombly, I said he was American, but he was obsessed, wasn't he?
Obsessed. So he was working in the 50s in New York, just after the abstract expressionists made their explosive movement into the art scene. And he moved in 1957 to Rome, and it was there that he immersed himself in the classical past and classical history, the loves of the gods, the sort of tyrannical Caesars and emperors of the day, and it was that really kind of made him look at abstraction in a different light through the lens of art history.
And the fragment is so important for him as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And you have this kind of battle between pigment, colour, hand marks, scribbles and scrawls, and then this very sort of calm stage, this grey backdrop that you see.
I love that description of it as a stage. I also love your description of, I mean, it is literally hands-on. You can see finger marks, as well as the idea that paint itself is this blood-like, flesh-like thing. But the palette isn't just human projection into our own organs and our own, the beings of what's inside us, blood and so on. The palette's very specific, isn't it?
Well, this work is related to a series of 9 paintings that Twombly did in 1963 called the Discourses on Commodus. So relating specifically to this tyrannical emperor who was the son of Marcus Aurelius. And he was known as, very bloodthirsty. He did the gladiatorial fights in the Colosseum, and he was known as a real sort of tyrant. And it's really related to that moment in sort of classical history, and then also thinking about present and the contemporary moment and what was going on politically, socio-politically. So in the early to mid-1960s, you had a lot of kind of unrest, kind of globally. You had the Cuban Missile Crisis, you had the assassination of JFK, and that really reflects in Twombly's works of that period. It becomes a darker moment in his oeuvre.
I also read that the fragments relate to the colours found in classical fragments of classical vases and pottery and sculpture, which we see, because of the ravages of time removing colour, as stripped back. But actually, this is, in a sense, a reconnection to that kind of authentic colour obsession of the classical world.
Totally, and the drama and the theatricality of it all. And I think that's what Twombly's looking at. He's looking at abstraction, he's looking at the whole of art history, but thinking about sort of how can you make a history painting for today? And that's what you see. It makes you think of sort of Rubens' Massacre of the Innocents or the Rape of the Sabine Women, all of these grand battle scenes of the sort of 17th century and the Renaissance period. And that really comes across, I think, in Twombly's work and his filtering of abstraction through art history.
Yeah, archaeological, history painting, really nice idea, refiguring history painting, but there is nothing academic about this work at all.
Absolutely not. It's completely emotional, it's emotive, it's visceral, it's hands on the canvas. It makes you think of even the cave paintings in the earliest sort of history of art. It just has that very sort of, brain to hand emotional quality.
It's a nice scale, it's a human scale, but it's monumental in its impact.
Absolutely, yeah. It's very rare to see a painting of this particular scale with so much going on in it. You don't see that many paintings from this period with so much pigment and so much colour. So it really is a special thing.
No, thank you. We're staying with abstraction. We're going back 3 years earlier to a work by the great British painter Peter Lanyon. And joining me is Francis Christie. Francis, it is strange standing in front of this work to say that Lanyon has been underrated in the past few decades, and although that reputation is getting better, he seems a giant, really.
I think especially when you see this work from 1961 next to the Twombly from 1964, Lanyon was every bit as avant-garde and as passionate in his painting as Twombly was, if not better.
Steady on.
Although completely abstract in its first look, Lanyon always said he was a landscape artist. And I really think that's the key to understanding all of his paintings. He was born and brought up in Cornwall, and so the Cornish landscape was in every single bone of his body. And here it's called Rising Air. He's literally transformed his experience of being in the sky, of being surrounded by weather, onto this canvas. He took up gliding in 1959, just a few years before this was painted. And this literally is his experience of being in a glider. Rising air are the thermals, which of course are key to gliding. And in the colour, the spontaneous brushwork, it just fuses together in this amazing injection of energy that we see.
So this is an experiential painting, isn't it? Not a detached piece of abstraction using the landscape as the basis of that.
Absolutely. This is within the weather. And I think that's what makes it such a powerful picture, because standing in front of it, we are also enveloped by it. I honestly think it's one of the best Lanyons we've ever had on the wall.
I think it's a fantastic one. And if you look at it without being aware of its scale, if it's scaled up or you'll see it as a fragment, you would definitely say de Kooning, for example. And Lanyon is a literal conduit between New York school painting and abstract expressionism in Cornwall, isn't he?
Quite. I mean, Rothko, when he went to Cornwall in the late 50s, stayed with Lanyon. And we mustn't forget that Lanyon showed in New York for many solo shows with Catherine Viviano, who was one of the great New York post-war dealers. And I think having this in a sale with so many other great post-war abstract pictures, you feel that dialogue between Britain and US, and it comes together in this painting.
I find Lanyon's glider paintings tragic, though, and I know I'm over-projecting, but there is an element that, in order to realise this painting, it's eventually what killed him.
I suppose that's what makes them, in a way, so powerful. In order to experience the world from this angle, to be totally immersed in the weather, you have that counterpoint between life and death, I suppose. And of course, it was only 3 years later that Lanyon died of a gliding accident.
So an element of memento mori, but actually this couldn't be more life-affirming. Francis, thank you. From abstraction to figuration, but not mere figuration, we're going to look at the work by one of the most formally inventive artists in the entire history of art, Pablo Picasso. And this work, a bust of a woman, but is it a portrait? Helena Newman.
Well, that's the thing with Picasso. There's always this sort of tension between the individual and the universal. And here I think it's just brilliantly played out in this portrait, modelled, of course, by Dora Maar, who was his lover and muse at the time. This is 1939. She was the great intellectual, the one who really stood as Picasso's equal. She stood as Picasso's equal. She was an artist in her own right. She spoke his native Spanish. And I think they really shared this kind of anxiety and tension around what was going on in Europe at this moment. I mean, they were looking very, very closely at what was going on in Spain. This is coming just 2 years after Guernica, which she assisted Picasso with. And I think so much of that is kind of contained in this quite formally posed bust of a woman, which kind of looks back to the Spanish Golden Age in a way.
It does. And I like the timing you referenced, because Spain had thought that peace was going to happen because Franco had won. Oh. But this both acknowledges a certain hope for calm, but it's ominous. And the face within a face, there is definitely an inner conflict in the painting, isn't there?
Absolutely. I mean, whilst in the Weeping Women series of just a couple of years earlier, it's completely out there, the anxiety. Here it's more contained, but you can still see that tension in the two faces, in the split face, and the almost a claustrophobic enclosure of the composition, brilliantly evoked. And the palette, I find, is also quite, it's got this sort of moody browns and the blacks, which all gives it that more oppressive feel.
Picasso has such a long, distinguished and prolific career. And there's always this interplay between the series he's working on and picking up on the past and where things go in the future. What's amazing for me about this is it's such a self-contained painting, and yet we can't stop talking about it in relationship to what came before and what comes in the future.
Exactly. I mean, I think that you look at this painting, he's coming out of the early 30s of the more lyrical, softer lines of Marie-Thérèse. And then in 37, you've got the great Weeping Women series coinciding with his monumental Guernica painting. And then 2 years later, many of these elements are blended together in this very, very powerful portrait of Dora Maar.
Helena Newman, thank you again.
Thank you.
Picasso and Dora Maar's relationship to the Spanish Civil War, of course, was intellectual, but it was also deeply personally felt. We're going to look at now, though, at a painting that's inspired by the Spanish Civil War by the British artist Edward Burra, that is detached on one level, but, Bryn Sales, who joins me now, thank you, welcome, it's also the result of Burra immersing himself in Spain on 3 visits at the time.
Definitely. So Burra was a real lover of travel. So in the 20s and 30s, he went to Paris and Harlem, and he traveled 3 times to Spain. And he really fell in love with the culture. He loved the climate. He loved the people. And so in the lead up to the Spanish Civil War, he was really brokenhearted by this rise of aggression that he saw. And he was forced to leave the country as a result. cult. At one point, he was sitting in a cafe and smelled the smoke of a burning church. And a friend of his kind of dismissed this, and he found that really appalling. So when he came back to his hometown in Rye, he started a series of paintings based on this rising aggression and escalation. And this painting is really the culmination of that series. And it's a universal kind of look at human nature and aggression.
It's interesting because there is a universalism about it, and there are specificities too. So modern war with the tank and the caterpillar tracks and the shrapnel wounds in the sides of the building, but the figures are from an altogether other era or another place in his imagination.
Definitely, and that's so typical of Burra. I mean, he never took a side. He was very apolitical in terms of this conflict. So he's pulling all of these different sources to create this image. And as you say, the figures, they could be from Uccello's Battle of San Romano, or I love this figure here that's so muscular in this tight garment. It feels very theatrical, almost drawn from the ballet, which Burra loved. So he's mixing all of these different elements in to create a wider take on modern warfare.
You mentioned, I think, in some of your scholarship around this work, Dali's autumnal cannibalism. I think it's a very smart reference, actually, because in that work, Dali literally has two figures devouring themselves, which is obviously a metaphor for civil war. But Burra was connected in his own way to surrealism. And there is a kind of subconscious idea in the painting of the inevitability as well as the tragedy of conflict.
Definitely, and I think it's really interesting to me also the title, War in the Sun, because you've got this bright sun coming in and then these figures who are huddled in the background. So it's also this commentary on these horrible things that could happen on the most beautiful of days, which again is quite typical of Burra's work.
As I stand with you in front of it, and this may be an overprojection, but it's something worth thinking about. You mentioned the sun, and the sun just comes streaming in, and things start in this corner, and the anti-aircraft gun is pointing this way. There is a kind of force that goes diagonally across the painting that may have something to do with Burra's compositional approach.
Definitely. So it's really interesting. So he would start, this work is actually made up of 4 large sheets of paper, and he would start in the bottom right-hand corner and work his way across. And when he got to the edge of the paper, then tack on a new sheet. And the result is this monumental piece. In many ways, it recalls Diego Rivera's murals that he had seen in 1937 in a visit to Mexico City.
So it has that sense, I suppose, of cultural layering and referring to other artists. I mean, you mentioned Rivera, it's a very, very good point. But he is a singular presence in the history of European and British art. There's no one quite like Burra, although there are a few people who he reminds us of.
Definitely, and I think he's so interesting in that way. He really resisted the pull of abstraction, which was becoming so prominent at that time. And he's drawing on all of these different sources to create this really quirky, British, figurative work. And he also works almost exclusively in watercolor, which is very unique to him. Part of that was due to he had debilitating arthritis and he had poor health, so the watercolor medium really suited him. But the different effects that he gets from the watercolor is particularly unique to him as an artist.
Bryn Sayles, thank you. Now, we've seen a painting of David Hockney by his friend Lucian Freud. Now a painting by David Hockney, a still life. Tom Edison's joining us again. It's a still life, Tom, but it's a bit more than that too.
Yeah, so we're here in front of Hockney's Gladioli and Two Oranges, and it's a really joyous, vibrant painting done in 1996, and that was the year he really started painting in earnest these flower paintings and these still lifes. He'd visited an exhibition in The Hague of Vermeer paintings, and he was really taken by Vermeer's application of colour and paint and use of light.
So not Van Gogh, Vermeer?
Well, Van Gogh is obviously imbued in this painting, you know, with the sunflowers and all his still lifes, but really the catalyst for this series was Vermeer and his colour. And Hockney really is a joyful artist, and I think you see that in the colour here.
And when you look at a Hockney, actually it isn't exactly what you think it is to begin with. The colour relationships here that flicker and are so powerful. The tilting, I mean, everyone always references Cézanne with fruit, and it's distant but tangential. But everything about a Hockney painting is subtly not quite what it seems.
I think you're right. I think what Hockney's done in this particular painting, he's reduced the colour palette down into these sort of 4 or 5 primal colours. You have this wonderful rich cerulean blue. It's almost like a blank back canvas, so you don't have any perspective of where it is. And you have this wonderful play of light, just a flick of white on that vase. And you know, these wonderfully rich, vibrant oranges. Sort of possibly a reference to California. And it's very rich painting, really.
He's a serial artist, and you know, he paints things to look at the effects of light. He's painted the seasons most spectacularly in the last 2 decades. But there's still something very contained about each and every work. I mean, this is part of a series he did, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, no picture is alike, but I think it's that process of looking, and as you say, with the sort of seasonal pictures, it's seeing that process throughout the years, winter, spring, summer, autumn, and I think that's what really fascinates him. And it's, you know, when you look at other pictures of the series, like the great sunflower paintings, you see that, you know, transition, and you see him really intently looking at trying to portray what he's seeing.
Tom, thank you again.
Thank you, Tim.
Now, one of the many things Hockney's done for British art in the last few decades is expand audiences. But we're now going to look at a work by an artist who's probably done more single-handedly to bring people to look at art who wouldn't otherwise do so, Banksy. And joining us, Emma Baker, to take us through this work, Laugh Now But One Day We'll Be in Charge. Darwinian?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's taking that as his sort of point of departure and really looking at social mores and trying to kind of give a voice to the underprivileged and undervalued in society, really.
It's not on canvas, but it looks as if it might be, but it's on something that would have been hung up on the street.
Yeah,
where the
totally.
motif first appeared, didn't it? Back in...
Yes, 2001, under a bridge in East London in Shoreditch, the monkey motif first appeared, and that was, yeah, early 2000s. And then come to 2006, it's really established as a proper icon and motif in Banksy's work. And this particular piece was exhibited at his major exhibition in LA called Barely Legal, which was a real landmark for the artist.
And that was when we realised that not only was this a subversive artist who could draw broad audiences, but he was also in control of his own career. He doesn't work with major galleries. It's always done on his terms.
Totally.
How is it then for you at Sotheby's working with him? Because we have to mention
Yes.
that the girl with the balloon, there's a painting of that in that series. It was shredded, half shredded.
It was.
The market was very robust. That painting exists now probably as a greater icon.
Yep.
But how is it with Banksy? Is it playing with fire?
He's someone that is incredibly exciting as an artist. He's definitely one of the most sort of kind of controversial artists of our time and a real voice of our generation, I think. And that's coming through now, and we're seeing that in sort of general appreciation, and collectors are seeing that, which is why we're seeing so many pictures come up for auction. And he's just, there's no one like him really working.
There's not, although he comes from a street art tradition where there are plenty, but there's something singular about what he manages to do.
Absolutely. He always comes up with something new and interesting and controversial, whether it's like really supportive of what's happening in terms of the NHS picture that was gifted to Southampton, I think, hospital, or whether it's sort of buying up a refugee rescue boat to kind of help out people who were stranded in the Mediterranean, or whether it's putting up a new mural in Reading outside the prison that Oscar Wilde was imprisoned in. There's always something new with Banksy, and he's always sort of doing something engaged with the public, and it's just, you know, every time it's a spectacle.
Think about the monkey and watch this space. A shift now in the rhythm and the pace, back to the 19th century, but an artist still radical in the way he explores the various media at his disposal, Edgar Degas. Tom Boyd-Bowman joins me. Tom, explain more.
So this is a work which is actually a pastel over monotype, and this is a very particular medium, something that Degas himself used extensively in the 1880s and pretty much mastered the form. What he's done is he's created an image on a plate and drawn one impression of it, which has been left as a black and white form, but then taken a second impression, which is a faint ghost image, upon which he can then use this particular form for his own purposes. In this image, it's a nude climbing out of or getting into the bath, a very typical subject for Edgar Degas, one of his most intimate explorations of the human form. And the use of the pastel is extraordinary. The effect of the light as it pours over her skin, as it catches on the satin in the curtains and catches the lip of the bath, is beautifully contrasted with the darker areas under which we can see faint glimpses of the original monotype.
It's so interesting and eloquent, and it's something about touch, isn't it?
Very much so.
Etching requires touch, but then it's removed, and then he applies touch again.
And that is why I think Degas is the master pastelist. He manages to create texture here. It is almost like velvet. It has that amazing depth and softness to it, but one that is never subservient entirely to its subject. It is pastel for pastel's sake, as it were. Painting in the 1880s elevated the medium and the technique far beyond that of their predecessors. And so Degas' oft-repeated compositions take away that necessity for the narrative of a subject or its canonical place in art history, and places an emphasis on observation, that thing which makes artists unique.
And it, of course, is grouped together with Impressionism in the later stage of Impressionism, and Degas is very much part of that group, and he is interested in fluidity of light and so on. But he's also this singular person, isn't he? I mean, of his time and out of his time as well.
He stood apart from his contemporaries right from the very beginning. I mean, not just in the subjects he chose, the racecourse and the ballet, as well as these intimate interior scenes, but the way in which he was interested in depicting them. Most of his contemporaries were interested in using oil paints, readily available new techniques of making them.
Yeah.
You've got tubes of paint rather than having to grind them in the studio. I mean, he takes that to a further extent. The pastel is all prepared for him. These sheets were often prepared and then actually extended on his behalf by professional paper restorers and conservators, and it was something that enabled him to work again and again and again at single motifs in a variety of different ways.
And finally, briefly, cropped. So there is the photographic aspect, or rather the fact that photography is a new medium and the world is framed in a mechanical way that artists like Degas play with interestingly, I think.
Well, Degas himself actually was a photographer. I mean, he took some really, really magical photographs. And what's curious is that he reuses the poses that we find quite often in his pastels and his oils in his photographs. And there's almost a sense, maybe even a suggestion, that rather like Francis Bacon does decades and decades afterwards, he's actually using the photographs to build his compositions from later. So he doesn't even have to have the models in the studio.
Well, I could look at a pastel by Degas like this all day, but sadly, we've run out of time.
But I've actually got something else to show you.
Oh, good.
Through here, by another French artist, but it's painted in the figurative tradition, but in a radically different way.
Interesting, because this is a late Léger, but he's worked through quite a lot to get to this point, effortless as it now seems.
By the 1950s, he's gone through lots of stages. He's gone through purism and a sort of return to the cinematic quality of the 1930s. But by the 1950s, he's back with the human figure again, somewhere where he very first started. And in these grand celebrations of the rebuilding of Europe in the 1950s, post-war, he places the construction workers on iron girders and wrapped around with cordage and the extraordinary hustle and bustle of the building site, but paints it in grisaille and gives it this elegance and cool, and it's incredibly kind of neatly cropped in. It's again quite cinematic.
Yeah, well, the grisaille, of course, you mentioned that, but that, of course, black and white cinema was the cutting edge of technology then, not a form of nostalgia. And the framing, even though it's a girder, the framing within the framing is interesting.
It is. This is in fact a crop of the larger composition, which is in the Musée Léger in Bio. And we have here a small element of what is probably his greatest late picture. And we know that Léger had an interest in the cinema, and in fact actually designed sets for cinematic backdrops, and had a keen eye for these little moments, these vignettes in larger compositions, and it's part of his process to produce study after study for major compositions. But I think in something like this study, you get an insight into his late brilliance.
He's politically engaged throughout. Unlike Picasso, he uses cubism, the language of cubism to go into total abstraction, but then, as you said, reconstructs it, and we get to here. But these have political overtones. They're a celebration of the worker.
Absolutely. Léger was a committed socialist, indeed a communist, and he came from the working classes. His father was a house painter, and he had great sympathy for them throughout his career. And this is really social realism done by a modernist master, someone who understands the plight of the worker and what they're doing, what they're going through, their importance in rebuilding the modern world. He's always been interested in celebrating the man and the machine, but here he focuses on the more human element of that struggle.
Tom, thank you. This is about the reconstruction of Europe. The next painting we're going to look at, you could almost see as emerging from the rubble of Europe in the late 50s. Emma Baker's here to explain more. Dubuffet.
Yes, this is a wonderful painting from 1958, and it's when Dubuffet moved from the metropolis in Paris and moved to the countryside. And you can really see him looking at sort of the natural elements and rural life and bringing that into the body of his work.
You're sort of trying to say that rural life is full of crazed people.
Yeah, it does look a bit like that.
But it's primordial, or it's that primitive urge, isn't it, to start again? I mean, this is savage is one way of putting it, but childlike.
Absolutely, like art brut, which is outsider art by people who aren't professional artists, was a huge inspiration to him. And he wanted to introduce the element of naivety and childlike lines and drawing into figuration and into figurative painting, and then meld that with abstraction as well.
I love the idea that these figures seem to emerge from the stuff of reconstruction, and at the same time they're superimposed on the top, so there's a kind of push-pull.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no better artist about the interrogation between figure and ground than Dubuffet, and the wonderful kind of coalition of the figurative and the abstract, because it reminds me of Jackson Pollock and the way that the drips and the speckles of paint are layered here. He's really kind of looking at the whole plethora of what's going on in contemporary art at the moment.
That's interesting you pick up on the harnessing of chance and mark making, because in the corner of my eye there's another much more controlled painting by Dubuffet.
Yeah, this picture is from 1974. It's from a series of works that he started in 1962 called the Loop, and it's a style that he created when he was doodling, when he was on the phone, and it has that real graphic clarity and tightness, but yet it has almost like a haptic mark making essence to it.
And it has this totemic feel, and there's a landscape, but then it's a doodle and an abstraction.
Exactly, and it's completely his language in the late 1960s to the 1970s, and it kind of almost completes the cycle of his work, and it really is kind of a high point of his paintings of the 1960s and early 70s.
Dubuffet is an artist of great variety, different materials, different processes and so on, but I suppose the master of repetition is Andy Warhol.
Yeah.
And this work, which actually is not from the 1960s, although it's Marilyn.
Yeah, this is from 1980. It's from a series called The Reversals, and it's him, Warhol, looking at Warhol the brand, really, looking back to the icons of the 1960s and what really made his name. And I think what's interesting about these works of late 1970s, early 80s is Warhol's responding to what's happening in contemporary art at the time. So you have appropriation artists like Cindy Sherman, Richard Prince emerging on the art scene, and Warhol's having his own spin on it, really.
Yeah, so this is actually the reproduction of a series of reproductions.
Yeah.
It still makes an original work
so
of
meta,
art.
yeah, very.
Meta indeed. And always with that sense of his obsession with mortality. There's always a kind of Catholic undertone to Warhol.
Always. The original Marilyns were inspired by her suicide. So he started the series in 1962 just after she died. So all his work at the time was related to death. And he was creating works called the Disaster series, again, with that sort of ominous sort of overhang, the looming sort of presence of death in his work. And then he's coming back to it in the 1980s. Not so much thinking about Marilyn's death, but maybe his own mortality.
And there's a kind of afterlife of this, because the Marilyn images were life and death, you know, the colour and the black and white. I mean, this gilded, mean, there's something religious,
Totally.
iconographic here, but at the same
Totally.
time, as I say, the afterlife, death happen.
It's like a religious reliquary, really. It has that sort of ornamental, golden, resplendent sort of quality. And that again picks up on his work from the 60s and the first Marilyn he did, which was a big gold, almost sort of tomb-like picture, just a single monochrome gold canvas with one picture of Marilyn in the centre. So here he's really referring back to that original work and sort of absolutely injecting the idea of religiosity into his paintings.
Amen to that, Emma. Now we're going to immerse ourselves in the ethereal, dreamlike landscapes of Peter Doig, British-born but spent a lot of time in Canada, and joining me for the final time, Tom Edison. Tom, this landscape is sublime in every sense.
Absolutely. So we're here in front of this monumental snow scene from Peter Doig in 1996, when he really sort of embarked on these snowy landscapes, which are evocative of his youth in Canada. And sublime is really right. I think what Doig has done here is really condense his painting process through art history. He talked about looking at Monet, and Monet's use of colour in particular, especially with sort of the Nymphéas paintings, and how the Nymphéas had this almost exaggerated sense of colour. And I think that's what you see here. You see this real iridescent nature of pinks, blues, whites, glistening in this sort of snowy whiteout. But in terms of the sublime, Doig also was looking at sort of the romantic painters like Caspar David Friedrich, who really took the epicness of nature and the environment and condensed it into his canvases. And I think what we see here is that with Peter Doig, but he's enlarged it even more so. So we are fully in front of this epicness, and it's almost abstracting nature, and we're sort of falling into this void.
Yeah,
and if it were not for the small, tiny skier, you would be in this abstract expanse. But this, you know, that poignant little point brings us back into reality as if we're looking onto the mountainous scene.
That's absolutely right. The skier is a pivot, really, because you mentioned Monet, and suddenly I was aware that it was as if I was almost face first in a reflective world of undiscernible sky and water and that which lay beneath the surface. So that could be almost microscopic in scale. But this is also a macrocosmic view. And then the skier gives it an absolute scale where we're still overwhelmed, but it roots it into something.
And I think the point about reflection is really poignant, because Doig's work is really infused with a sense of memory, of experiences past, imbued into the canvases. And you see the tales of his youth in terms of being in Canada, but he also uses photographic material to sort of pinpoint certain elements, and it's this combination of experience and memory which makes his work on this monumental scale so memorable and so poignant.
Yeah, and conscious of our own sometimes tiny place in the grand scheme of things.
We are but a small little figure within this epic expanseness.
Tom, thank you, always a pleasure. Now, from the natural world to an emphatic depiction of urban landscape in one of the highlights of the British sale, a painting by L.S. Lowry. Joining me again is Francis Christie. Francis, we're going to the mat.
We are. Lowry is most famous for his crowd scenes. Going to the match, coming from the match, going to the mill, coming to the mill. And amazingly, this is his very first picture depicting crowds going to a sporting occasion.
And it's not football.
It's not football. Over here on the far left, you can see the rugby posts, but it's rugby league, not union.
Of course it is.
Which Larry depicts. And it was painted in 1928, which is actually only about 30 years after those northern rugby teams broke from rugby union to form rugby league. 1928 is incredibly early for Lowry. It's the decade that he really first came together as an artist after all those years at night school studying. And as his first image of crowds going to a rugby match, it couldn't be better. If we take a really close look at the crowds, each individual within the crowd, they're doing all manner of things. He called it the battle of life. That's what you drew out from a crowd. There was always people punching together, there was people disappearing off, there were people chatting. I think Lowry today is still as popular as he was then because this is authentic. I mean, we haven't been to a match for a year and a half, but when we can all go to a match, that's what it feels like.
I love the fact that there's two of them going against the flow, that willful northern stubbornness, or just human nature, that two people aren't with that particular flow. I think your point is beautifully made, that actually, although there is something initially generic about the figures. Each and every one of them have their own body language, so their individualism and their relationship to the broader flow of the crowd is beautifully rendered.
I also think the way it's been painted, so people often dismiss Lowry as someone who just painted matchstick men, but if we look closely at this, first of all at the background, this incredible build-up of white paint, this white ground, is very impressionistic, with its smoke towering from the chimneys.
Smog around the edges of the canvas is very authentic.
Absolutely, then enclosing the hub of people in the front. These aren't matchstick men. These are really painstakingly created individuals. From this couple here to the woman in her skirt, I love that, wearing her skirt to the match. And then, as you say, off into the distance to the people going against the crowd in the other way.
This is the painting of modern life. And 60 years, 70 years after Baudelaire, and it's something that he continued through his life. But you're right about his popularity, but it's only in the last decade or so that the broader art world and the museum, the institutional world, has started to take him seriously. If he were French, he'd be revered like Douanier Rousseau. I think he's a better artist than Douanier Rousseau, but let's not be nationalistic about it. But he is still a misunderstood, or has been misunderstood.
I think often when someone is really popular, that takes the eye off actually quite how good they were. And I think this really sums up Lowry at his best. It's authentic. You understand the energy, the anticipation of those people going to the crowd, because we've all done it. But then standing from a distance, being able to recreate this sort of smoky, smogful atmosphere, it just leads your eye in, and you want to discover what all the people in the crowd are doing. You'll notice that actually some of them are wearing red scarves and others are wearing blue. And we don't know exactly what it depicts, because Lowry took his subjects from all of those around them. But
Who were the teams then?
Well, exactly. In 1928, when this was painted, the two big rivals in that part of the country were the Salford Red Devils, who were red, and Swinton, who are blue. And so we've got them, the red scarves, the red flag, but then the blue scarves as contrast.
That's really good scholarship. The point is, though, the red against the blue is universally recognisable. It may or may not be those teams. I buy into that. But Lowry is a social historian in his paintings, but there's a universalism that transcends 1928 or 1950 whenever he paints.
Absolutely, and I think that's what makes them as powerful as they were in 1928 as they are today. One final thing about this picture, which again is extraordinary amongst all the pictures here, this has been in the same family collection since 1972, unseen since 1967, and it was acquired by the present owners when Lowry was still alive, when he was contemporary.
Francis, thank you. Now, we're going to go back in time, but look forward to the sale of Old Masters on the evening of the 7th of July and get a sneak preview thanks to two experts who are joining me now, Julian Gascoigne and Eduardo Roberti. There's many things to pick out, but what are the highlights for you?
Hi, Tim. Well, it's very exciting. The highlight of the sale is very appropriately, since we're celebrating British creativity this season, is this magnificent early seascape by Turner. It's a relatively early work, painted in 1808 and sold directly by Turner from his gallery in Harley Street.
And just up the road.
And just up the road, indeed. And it's one of a series of really important early seascapes that really were the sort of defining body of work of his early career, and very much went a long way to establishing his contemporary fame and popularity across Europe as the greatest landscape and marine painter that had ever existed, really.
I love the fact that he is the master of the sea in the aftermath of the Battle of Trafalgar. I don't want to get jingoistic about it, but that's definitely the context.
Yeah, absolutely. You're quite right. And I think very much as the exhibition at Tate is currently demonstrating, Turner, again, is an artist who is very much rooted in the contemporary events. And here, this is not just any old landscape. This is the mouth of the Thames, a strategically hugely important position. It's not just any old warship looming on the horizon. This is one of the guard ships that defends London, the capital, from the threat of Napoleonic invasion. And even the spit of land, which sort of penetrates into the composition and leads the eye into the distance, is again not just any old bit of land. This is Purfleet, which at the time was the site of the Royal Navy's main powder magazine.
Also, the spectre in that painting, you could say, is of the great British naval hero, Nelson. There's a nice little link to a portrait that you have.
Indeed, well, absolutely. So one of the other highlights from the sale is this beautiful triple portrait of Emma Hamilton as the three muses. Emma, obviously, famously the wife of Sir William Hamilton, British envoy in Naples, but even more famously, or shall I say infamously, the mistress of Lord Nelson. It's a very exciting picture because it has this fantastic provenance. Not only is it a jewel-like little image by the great Irish artist Hugh Douglas Hamilton, but it has this spectacular provenance. We've traced it all the way back, and it's in the inventories of Sir William Hamilton's palace in Naples. It then passes, we think, to his cousin William Beckford, of course, the great collection at Fonthill, and then after he dies, it passes through his favourite daughter to the Dukes of Hamilton at Hamilton Palace, and it's remained in the Hamilton Palace collection ever since. So it has this wonderful, unbroken, highly important provenance all the way back to its original conception. And importantly, as is often the case with old masters, it, as a result, has survived in the most incredible condition. It's virtually untouched. So it's a really exciting addition to the sale.
I was going to say a labour of love, but that's complicated given the web of relationships you've shown. But anyway, a labour of artistic love. Eduardo, your highlights, there's also a great portrait grouping.
Yes, Tim, we have two of the titans of Flemish Baroque art. We have an early portrait by Sir Anthony van Dyck.
Or claiming he was British.
Well, this is pre-British, really. It's when he was still Anthony van Dyck. He hasn't become the great court painter to the court of Charles I yet. He's only 20 when he painted this. And I would invite you to think of it as an extremely accomplished and very, very large sketch. The reason why I say that is that there's an overwhelming intimacy in the way it's painted. And the fluidity, or even better, the rapidity of the brushstrokes really suggests that this is someone working from life, almost certainly, but in such a fast and unpolished way that only Van Dyck could create this effect, working in such speed.
And I can't wait to see that in the flesh. And I suppose a highlight of any summer season is the world in bloom, and you've got a wonderful depiction of the world in bloom.
We have a wonderful depiction of the world in bloom, and it's not just any depiction, it's almost certainly the earliest still life painted by the great Jan Bruegel, the elder. The picture is remarkable for a number of reasons. It's staggering that the earliest known still life by an artist could be quite so perfect and accomplished, which makes us think that this can't have been his first effort at the genre, and yet it's the earliest one we know of and have. And it's also staggering because it's a labour of love, going back to your phrase. It must have been painted over several months. These 44 species depicted of flower do not all bloom at the same time. Some of them are early spring, some of them are later in summer. So this is something that Bruegel necessarily must have kept returning to add to make sure that everything was correct. Nothing was painted from memory. It was all an absolute reflection of the splendours of the world around him.
So it's empirical, but over months, because by definition you can't observe all these flowers in this state at the same moment.
It's empirical, but it's a series of snapshots. So therein lies the artifice. This is something to show the beauty and magnificence of nature, but not at any one time, over an extended period of time.
And finally, in the foreground, as if to give us a sort of yardstick against which to measure, there are coins, there's animals, but there's also a ring.
I don't think it would be a stretch to suggest that Bruegel's saying, wonderful jewels you can wear on your fingers, look at the wonderful creations I can produce, which you can hang on your wall. Yes, there are flowers all around you, and here is my still life that you can hang on your wall forever. And as such, it reaches us today.
Artist as equivalent of God. Discuss. Eduardo, Julian, thank you both.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Well, that's just about it, but there's still time to bring in Sotheby's Europe chairman, Oliver Barker, who's going to be wielding the hammer on the British Art Evening Sale on the 29th of June. Ollie, welcome. I say welcome, it's your place. But presumably, without being too vulgar, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, we're really hoping that this makes big money next week, obviously. And this is a really critical picture. It's from this year, 1962, when actually Andy Warhol very deliberately moves away from hand-painted pictures to using this very mechanical form of picture making, in other words, the screen print. And I think coupled with that, of course, is the subject matter, which was actually, it's filled with various different Warhol kind of folklore as to how he chose the $1 bill. as subject, but of course it was easily readily available. And I think, in terms of Warhol as a social commentator, he's thinking about consumerism, he's thinking about sort of what does everybody have, and of course look no further than the kind of the humble greenback. And here we are, 20 rows of a $1 bill showing both the front, of course the back as well.
And full of irony and humour. I mean, in a sense, that whole idea about value and commerce, that this is worth, even at the time, it was worth more than that which it depicted, and now it's worth considerably more than that which it depicted.
I totally agree, Tim, and I think, the other great thing is, money kind of intersperses much of what Warhol was about, not only as an artist, and of course, this is the very earliest part of his career, but even later in the 80s, he reprises the dollar bill as a subject matter as well, but in a much more kind of idiomatic pop, sensational style. But of course, actually now, as we think about things like NFTs, for example, I sort of feel as if he was an artist already kind of tackling money and consumerism head on in a way that's kind of history is repeating itself. So very Warholian.
Very nice point. And actually, I just wanted to say, after the year and a half we've gone through, what a treat it is to come and see such a selection of extraordinary works in the flesh, even reproductions of works of art, which in themselves are authentic. So thank you, Ollie.
Tim, thank you very much indeed. And thanks so much also for that fascinating tour of all of our exhibitions. And ladies and gentlemen, all of the pictures that you've seen with Tim and many, many more are going to be included in the sales here at Sotheby's on the 29th of June. Now, of course, for those of you watching online, they're going to be starting at 2 p.m. British Standard Time with the British Art Sale, and then followed directly after that with the Modern and Contemporary Sale starting at 3 p.m. British Standard Time. Now, for those of you lucky enough to be in London, we have an exhibition that's going to be opening here in New Bond Street on the 22nd of June, going through to 29th of June. And please feel free to come into Sotheby's and have a look at these wondrous artworks. But of course, there's more information also on SOTHEBY'S.com, where we have the digital catalogues for all of the sales, together with some really incisive and fascinating information about all of the artworks that we're selling. Please also feel free, of course, to contact our specialists, equally available through SOTHEBY'S.com as well. And please watch the sale itself on the 29th of June, which is going to be available on www.sotheby's.com and equally on our Sotheby's Facebook page and Sotheby's YouTube channels as well. So on that note, we thank you. We look forward to welcoming you at Sotheby's, and we hope you've enjoyed today's tour. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to Sotheby's here in London. We are thrilled to be joined by a number of our guests here in the room, as well, of course, by all of you joining us from across the globe. It's the best of both worlds. It has been our greatest pleasure to have been able to welcome so many of you into our galleries for the pre-sale exhibition over the past 8 days and our online activities as well. It has felt as though summer has well and truly arrived in London. My name is Oliver Barker and I will be your auctioneer for the first of this afternoon's 2 auctions happening here at Sotheby's, namely our inaugural British Art, Modern and Contemporary Marquee sale, in which works by established titans with international renown will be offered alongside beloved British masters primed to make their mark on the global stage. The timing could not be better for an auction dedicated to celebrating the best of British invention over the course of the last century. And to my right, you will see a painting that is emblematic of the spirit of the auction, namely the portrait by Lucian Freud of fellow artist David Hockney, one of the most masterful peer-to-peer portraits ever committed to canvas. Painted at the height of Freud's career, in the months leading up to his critically acclaimed retrospective at the Tate Britain, it provides a fascinating window into a friendship that had started 40 years earlier. Having this powerful work hanging at Sotheby's has been made all the more special by the fact that Freud's daughter, the brilliant designer Bella Freud, has been standing at the helm of our summer season, putting her stamp across the building in our online offerings and even here today in the room itself. Do stay tuned after the close of this auction for our Modern and Contemporary Art evening sale, when I'll be handing over the gavel to my colleague Helena Newman, who will be fielding bids on works by the likes of Kandinsky, Picasso, Degas, Warhol and Twombly. Just before we get into the action, a few housekeeping notes. For those who are intending to bid, please note the following. Please note that there is a guarantee on the following lots, that's numbers 18, 19 and 36. And please also note that there is an irrevocable bid on each of the following lots, that's numbers 7, 8, 10, 15, 20, 23 and 28. Please note too that the following lots have been withdrawn from this afternoon's sale, that's lot number 29. And with that, let's turn to our first lot of this afternoon's sale, the Marquee sale of British Art. We're going to open here with the Frank Auerbach, the wonderful head of the renowned art critic, Robert Hughes, executed in 1986 whilst Hughes was still writing his major monograph on the artist Frank Auerbach. This large-scale work has remained in the Hughes family since, and this is the very, very first time it's appearing here at auction on the market, the open market, and I'm delighted to welcome you. And with that, we're going to start the bidding here at 60,000, 60,000, 70,000, now 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, now 90,000, 100,000. I have with a commission bid. I can sell at £100,000. It's in my book at £100,000. Against you, Bernard. 110,000. I'm out, Tom. It's your bid at £110,000. At 110,000, 120,000. Julia Fisher's bid at 120, 130 is Martin's coming in here. At £130,000 here in the room. And it's against you all. It's on the telephones, 130, 140,000. It's in another new place. With Bernard Branstetter, 140,000, 150,000 with Martin. 160,000 is back with you, Tom. At least 4 of you in it here. At 160,000. Still with Tom Edison now. 170,000. Thank you, Bernard. At 170,000. Still on the telephones at 170,000. Looking for 180. At 170,000. Still here on the telephone. 180 is bid in a new place in the room, sir, with you. At £180,000. Thank you. And against you all on the telephones at 180, 190,000 against you, sir. Give you 200,000. 200,000 is bid. Thank you, Bernard. It's at 200,000. Still with the gentleman here in the room at 200,000 against you, Isabel. At £200,000. Gentlemen seated here at 200,000 against you, Bernard. And against you, Julia. It's against you, Martin here. And Tom, it's in the room still at £200,000. You want to bid, sir? At £200,000. Any more? On this side. Bidding. Where's the bid? 210,000. Thank you, Bernard. 210. Give me 20, sir. At 210,000. Try one more. 220,000. Thank you, sir. At 220,000. It's your bid now at £220,000. At 220,000. With the gentleman seated against you, Bernhard. At 220,000. Say 30.
Oh, okay.
At 220,000. Your bid, sir. At 220,000. Still in the room here at 220. And looking for 230. 230,000. 240,000.
Amazing.
Next bid's 50.
I'm not surprised.
At 240,000, still with the gentleman here. It's in the room and against you on this side. Somebody coming in. At 240,000, with the gentleman. I'm going to sell it this time. It's yours, sir. 240,000. Fair warning now. Last chance. And selling. It's yours, sir, for £240,000. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you. We got a paddle, sir. Sir, Jen, if you wouldn't mind just asking the gentleman there for a paddle. Sir, I just need your paddle. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, congratulations. Which leads us, of course, to the Rising Air, a seminal example of the Cornish painter Peter Lanyon's gliding paintings, this one having remained in the Neiman Marcus collection since it was first painted and indeed acquired the same year in 1961. This radiant picture showing here on the right-hand side in front of you in the room. And I'm going to start the bidding here with some interest at 320,000, 320,000, 340,000, 340, 360,000 pounds, 360. At 360,000, 380,000. At 380,000, you're bidding at 380,000 pounds. At 380,000, against you, Britain, at 380,000 pounds. At 380,000, against you still, at 380,000. 400,000. Julia's bid to start us off at 400,000. You're bidding online at 400,000, still with Julia here at 400,000 pounds. It's there at 400,000 pounds. Thank you, Julia. 400,000. 420 is against you, Britain, already. It's online. With the online bidder here. Multiple bidding stations here at Sotheby's now. 450,000. Thank you, Julia. It's your bid now, and against you online. Next bid's going to be 480,000.
Bidding.
480,000. Thank you, Brandon. 480. It's yours now, and it's against you, Julia. 480. 500,000 pounds now. At 500,000, it's back with Julia again at 500,000. All on the telephones at the moment against you online. 550,000. Thank you, Bryn. At 550, it's Bryn's bidder in the room here and against you online. Have to go to 600 next online at 550,000. Thank you, Bryn. Give me 6, please, Julia. At 550,000 pounds. At 550,000, we're bidding online at 550. At 550,000, still with Bryn Sells at 550,000, 600,000 is Brad Bentoff, is in New York. Thank you, Brad. And welcome to the party at 600,000. New bidder in the New York sales room at 600,000 pounds. Against you in the room here, sir, at 600.
620, sir.
It's 620,000 is bid. It's Tom's bidder at 620,000. Next bid's going to be 50 now, Brad, please.
Bad luck, but I'll keep...
At 620,000, it's your bid here on the telephone at 620,000 pounds. 620.
Okay.
650,000. Thank you, Brad. 650,000 pounds. Still with you, sir. 650,000. Against you, Amy, at 650. All on this side. Give me 80. 680,000. There it is. At 680,000 pounds. Thank you so much. At 680,000. You bidding, sir? At 680. 700,000 is bid now. It's Brad Bento again at 700,000. Thank you, Brad. It's your bid, sir. At 700,000. It's in the New York studio this time. It's Sotheby's, York Avenue. It's 700,000 pounds. There it is. And against you, Tom. Give me 20.
20, sir.
720,000. And looking for 50 now, Brad, from you. At 720,000 pounds. Here it is, on my right, it's 720. At 720,000. Tom, it's yours at 720,000. Against you, Brad. Give me 50. 750,000. Thank you, Brad. At 750. And the next bid's going to be 80. At 750,000. 780,000 is bid. At 780,000. Say one more. Against you, Brad, at 780,000 is Tom's bidder here on my right in the studio at Sotheby's at 780. And looking for 800,000 pounds, please, from you. It's 780,000 pounds. At 780, still here on my right at 780. It's against you, Bryn, against you, Julia. Are you out? At 780,000, Brad, are we going to go on? It's 780. At 780,000. Here it is. I'm selling it here. Thank you, Brad. Last chance, everybody. At 780,000 pounds. There we are, Tom. It's yours. Thank you. It's paddle number 42.
Oh,
Many congratulations. And thank you, Brad, too, to your bidder. And moving on, of course, the exquisite work on paper here by David Hockney, the 1978 wonderful Luxor Hotel from the Egypt trip. It is the first of the lots offered from this superlative collection of Mrs. Elizabeth Corb. We're thrilled to have been chosen to handle this wonderful esteemed collection, both in today's sale and also, of course, in the day sales as well. We're starting here with the Luxor Hotel drawing with some interest, and I can start the bidding here already at 110,000, 120,000, 130,000, 130, 140, 150 is mine, 150, 160 is mine. Give me 70, please, Tom. 160,000, still at the 170. I'm out now. It's your bid at 170,000 pounds. Clears the commission bid at 170, 180,000. Thank you, Fergus. At 180,000, 190 now. It's back with Tom again. At 190,000 pounds. Give me 200, please. At 190,000. There it is, 190. Want a bid, sir? at £190,000. 200,000. I took it ahead of New York in Hong Kong, in fact. Ladies' bid in Hong Kong at 200,000 against you, David Schroeder. It's your bid in Hong Kong at 200,000.
210, please.
Sione, 210. I'll take from Tom now. It's against you, David, as well. 210. There's several bidders at the same time at 210. David Schroeder, give me 20. It's going to be the next bid. Lisa, I'll take it 220 from you. Lisa Dennison, multiple bidders this time at Sotheby's in New York. Thank you so much. 230 now. David Schroeder's bid at 230. Give me 40 to clear the bid at £230,000. 240 is bid. Back to Lisa Dennison. Took it here at 240. Thank you, Lisa. That wonderfully resplendent yellow colouring today. At 240, very summer-like, at 240,000. Matches this wonderful Hockney drawing, of course. At £240,000. There it is in New York. On the screens, ladies and gentlemen, in front of you here, 240,000. Power of telecommunication. Beaming live from New York, 240, 250 is bid again. David Schroeder now in New York. At 250,000. Give me 60. 260. Thank you, Lisa. Straight back at 260,000. Took it with you. At 260,000. At 260. Back with Lisa Dennison. 270 now with David Schroeder. Thank you, David. It's clearing your bid, Tom, at the moment at 270,000. 280,000. It's back with Lisa again at 280. What a bid, sir. At £280,000. Still with Lisa Dennison, chairman of Sotheby's North America here at £280,000. Thank you, Lisa. And against you, David, at £280,000. Give me 90. At 280,000. There it is, 280. David, are we going to bid?
7.
At 280,000. Sure. It's with Lisa Dennison. I can sell it now. It's against you all. At 280,000. Are you bidding up front, sir?
Bidding.
290,000 now. It's in a new place. Thank you, Brad. At £290,000. Brad Bentoff in New York again. Another new bidder. 290. Lisa, give me 3, please. 300,000. There it is. Thank you, Lisa. At £300,000. It's back with you, New York. It's the battle of the phone bidders in New York at the moment at £300,000. And welcome, sir. At £300,000. We saved a seat for you. Right up front, as usual. At 300,000, 310,000. There it is. At 310. Thank you, Brad. It's back with you again at 310. And against you, Lisa, this time. 320 is bid. With Lisa again at £320,000. Thank you, Lisa. 320. 340, 330. Thank you, Brad. It's yours again at £330,000. 330,000. 340.
340.
Thank you, Lisa. 340. I took it here. £340,000. There it is. 350 now. He's going on at £350,000. 350. 360,000. Thank you, Lisa. Persistent bidding at £360,000. 370 now. It's back with Brad again at 370. What a bid, madam? At 370,000. 370. It's all in New York. It's against you in London. 380,000 now. It's back with Lisa again. It's your bid. This beautiful drawing now. At £380,000. What a bid, sir? At 380. Nope. 390,000. It's back with Brad again. At 390.
400.
£400,000. You heard her. Thank you, Lisa. At £400,000. Lisa's bidder at £400,000. 410,000. It's back with Brad again at £410,000. At 410. At 410,000. Lisa, what have you got? At £410,000. It's back with Brad at 410,000. Looking for 20. You're not going to find another one like this very soon, Lisa. At 410,000. Say one more. At 410,000, you out? At 410,000. Yoni, are you coming in again from Hong Kong? At 410,000, the hammer is coming up. It's Brad's bid in New York. Thank you all. And selling at £410,000. Thank you, Brad. Paddle number 65. Thank you very much indeed. And lot number 4, ladies and gentlemen, another work from the Korop collection, of course, is Gladioli with 2 oranges by David Hockney. This Joyous Still Life from 1996, a never before seen at auction or indeed exhibited until now. It's showing for us here. Fergus, behind you on the wall. There you are, as shown by Fergus Stuff. Thank you, Fergus. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £1 million. 1 million, 1,100,000, 1,200,000, 1,300,000, 1,300,000, 1,400,000, 1,500,000. Greg Wabio, I have you, Greg, at 1,500,000, 1,600,000 with Simon at 1,600,000. Against you, Greg, at 1,600,000 now. At 1,600,000. And against you, Patty, 1,700,000. Felix is bid at 1,700,000. Thank you, Felix. At 1,008,000, thank you, Gregoire. 1,800,000.
2 million.
2 million, I'll take instead of that. 2 million pounds. Thank you. 2,200,000. Thank you, Emma. At 2,200,000 now. It's your bid, and against you, New York, at 2,200,000. And against you, Felix, in Hong Kong. 2,400,000 is bid. Thank you, Martin. It's your bid at 2,400,000. Next bid's going to be 2,600,000, please. At 2,400,000. 2,600,000 is Emma Baker at 2.6 million pounds. And looking for 2,800,000, please.
2,700,000.
Looking for 2,800,000, Ben. Welcome to the party, but I want 2,800,000, please. At 2,600,000, 2,800,000 is bid. Thank you, Ben. It's at 2,800,000. It's your bid now. At 2,800,000, and 3 will be the next one. At 2,800,000 now, 3 million pounds. The lady seated here, thank you, madam, and welcome. At 3 million pounds. Lady seated here at 3 million.
3,200,000.
3,200,000. Thank you, Ben. Try 5, madam. At 3,200,000. At 3,200,000. Sure. At 3,200,000. Still with Ben, thank you anyway, 3,200,000. Here it is, with Ben Dollar in New York at 3,200,000. Martin, we're going to go on at 3,200,000. I'll take 4 from you, madam. No? Sure? At 3,400,000. Thank you very much indeed. At 3,400,000 pounds. 3,400,000. And against you, Emma, it's against you, Ben. It's in the room here.
3,500,000.
3,500,000. I'll take it now at 3,500,000. Against you in the room here at 3,500,000 pounds. And look into the telephone banks. Simon, are we coming in here at 3,500,000? Still with Ben Dollar at 3,500,000. Will you say 6? At 3,500,000, so with Ben Dollar in the... Should I speak to your art advisor? No, one more. At 3,500,000 pounds. Here it is. It's with Ben. I'm going to sell it. Thank you very much indeed. Last chance, fair warning, at 3,500,000 pounds. Ben, thank you. It's yours at 3,500,000. That's paddle number 49. Thank you very much indeed, and thank you so much for your bids. Thank you. And lot number 5 is another work here from the wonderful Korup collection. This the first of the works from Ben Nicholson, the Feb 1960, the albino picture. The wonderful work here. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £160,000. At 160,000, 170,000. At 170,000, 180,000. At 180,000, 190. At £190,000. At 190. At £190,000. At 190,000. It's against you, Charlie. £190,000. At 190,000. Any more? At 190. At 190,000. Fair warning now. So 190. Against you, Charlie. Last chance. Fair warning. At £190,000. Not sold at 190,000. Which leads us, of course, to the Henry Moore, the last of the Korup works from this afternoon's sale. This time the Henry Moore, the seated figure against curved wall, as shown in our galleries next door, of course, during the auction viewings. And I'm going to start the bidding here at 350,000, 400,000 now, 400,000 pounds, 450,000, at 450,000 pounds, at 450,000. Any more? 450. 500,000. Thank you, Sam. Starts us at 500,000. It's your bid, sir. 500,000. I can sell at 500,000 pounds. 550,000. Francis Christie, 600,000. Thank you, Sam. Volleying itself across the telephone room here. 650,000 is with Francis now. 700,000 is your bid, Sam, again, immediately. At 700,000. Still with Sam Ballette at 700,000 pounds. You want a bid, sir? At 700,000 pounds. Eddie Ball. At 700,000. Here it is. It's Sam's bid. It's against you, Francis, this time. It's 700,000. You're bidding, madam, at 700. At 700,000. Thank you, Sam. It's your bid. At 700,000. I'm going to sell it this time. Last chance. At 700,000. Simon, coming in New York? No. It's going to sell this time, Simon, against you here at 700,000 pounds. Thank you, Sam. That's paddle number 31. And lot number 7. This time it's the Anthony Gormley, and of course the very first of the works from property from a New York charitable family trust. Again, a number of works that are going to be throughout the sale this afternoon in both of the sales, the British and the modern contemporary sale. This time the Anthony Gormley, the Trajectory Field number 1. And I can start the bidding here at 210,000, 220,000, 230,000, now 230, 240,000, 240, 250,000 with Alex Branchik here at 250,000. It's your bid, Alex. And selling at 250,000 pounds. 260,000, thank you, Claudia. And against you, Alex, at 260,000 this time. It's Claudia Doig's bidder at £260,000. Any more at 260? Your bid, Claudia, at £260,000. At 260, I'm going to sell it. On this side of the room, it's Claudia Doig's bidder. 270,000. Hugo, of course, at 270,000. Thank you for your bid. 280,000 now. All on this side. It's with Claudia. Against you, Hugo, at 280,000. Give me 90, sir. At £280,000. Try one more. At 280,000. Looking for 90. It's still with you. At 280,000. It's Claudia's bidder. Anyone on this side? Tommy coming in. At 280,000, still there on this side of the room. And against you, Hugo, 290,000. Thank you, sir. At 290,000. Next bid's going to be 3. At 290. 300,000. It's Claudia's bidder. At £300,000. Thank you, Claudia. It's yours now. And I need 10, Hugo, from you. At £300,000. Yes, no? By one more. At £300,000. Still with you. Claudia, and I'm going to sell it this time at £300,000. Hugo, I need your answer right now at £300,000, please. It's here. It's with Claudia Doig. Are you out, sir? I'm going to sell it this time. Thank you so much. Fair warning at £300,000. Thank you, Claudia. It's panel number 2 for the Gormley. Thank you. And lot number 8, of course, we have the first of 2 magnificent works by Peter Doig, this time the monumental Bomb Island. This seminal painting was the centerpiece of the pivotal Whitechapel exhibition in 1991 and is now being offered from a New York charitable family trust. This fabulous picture here, very first time at auction, in fact, very first time on the market, very precisely acquired very early on in its life. And I want to start the bidding at 2,500,000, 2,600,000 now, 2,600,000, 2,700,000, 2,700,000. At 2,700,000, 2,800,000, 2,900,000. It's with Alex Branching at 2,900,000. £3 million is in the room. Thank you, sir, at £3 million. And against you, Alex. Your bid, sir, at £3 million here. Gentleman's bid in the room at 3 million. 3,200,000. 3,400,000. At 3,400,000. In the room again at 3,400,000. At 3,400,000. Against you, Alex, this time at 3,400,000. It's your bid, sir. At 3,400,000. At 3,400,000, still here. 3,400,000. It's against you on this side. Against you, Martin. At £3,400,000. 3,500,000. 3,600,000. At 3,600,000. Against you, Alex, still now at 3,600,000. Bid is here. It's in the room and selling at 3,600,000 for the early Doig, the important painting. At 3,600,000. Need to sell, Alex. Give me 7. At £3,600,000. Are you out, sir? At £3,600,000. Gentleman seated. He's out. Anyone else? And selling. Fair warning now. At 3,600,000. Coming back in again. The arm is extended. No, he's out. And selling. Last chance. Thank you, sir. 911. Very good panel. Thank you very much indeed. At £3,600,000. Thank you very much indeed. And we move on, of course, another work by David Hockney, this time the chair, property of a distinguished collector. And I want to start the bidding here at £1,600,000. At £1,600,000, £1,700,000, £1,800,000, now £1,800,000, at £1,900,000. £1,900,000. At £1,900,000. At £1,900,000. Any more? £1,900,000. At £1,900,000. At £1,900,000. You're coming in here. £1,900,000. At £1,900,000. At £2 million now. Gregoire's bidder in New York at £2 million. It's with you, sir, at £2 million. Gregoire Beale, Chairman of Contemporary Art in North America here, at £2 million. Familiar face to all of us, at £2 million. Thank you, Greg. It's your bid, sir, at £2 million. And against you, James, at £2 million. At £2 million and selling. Last chance here. It's your bid, Greg, and selling for £2 million. It's panel number 51. Thank you, sir. And lot number 10, of course, is the star lot of our British art sale, Lucian Freud's magnificent portrait of David Hockney. Here it is, hanging up front from 2002. A tour de force of portraiture. It is appearing at auction for the very, very first time. We're thrilled to have it here. It's been like a talisman these last few weeks as we work towards the sale. And I'm going to start the bidding here at 7,200,000, 7,200,000, 7,400,000 out, 7,400,000, 7,600,000 at 7,600,000, 7,800,000 pounds now, 7,800,000 At £7,800,000. At £7,800,000. Who's going to start? £7,800,000. At £7,800,000. At £7,800,000.
Bidding from Hong Kong.
£8 million now. Thank you, Patty. Starts us off at £8 million. £8,200,000. Thank you very much, Alex. At £8,200,000. At £8,200,000. Any more? At £8,200,000. There it is with Alex at £8,200,000.
Please.
8 million 2, 8 million 400,000, 8 million 4. Thank you, Patty. I was going to try for 5 there, but you gave me 4. Thank you. At 8,400,000, the next bid will be 8,600,000. At 8,400,000 with Patty in our Hong Kong studio currently at £8,400,000. Bid 8,600,000. It's in a new place now with James Sevier in London at £8,600,000. 8-6. On this side of the room at 8,600,000. Alex, you going to carry on? 8,800,000. Thank you, Patty. At 8,800,000 now. It's back with Patty again at 8. You bidding, madam, at 8,800,000. £9 million now. Thank you, James. At £9 million. It's your bid, sir. At £9 million. And looking for 2, please, from you, Martin, at £9 million. On this side, with James Sevier at £9 million currently for the Freud. At £9 million against you, sir. At £9 million.
Bidding 9-2,
9,200,000. Thank you, Patty. It's back with you again at 9,200,000. Back in Hong Kong again at 9,200,000. Here it is with Patty, chairman of Sotheby's Asia at 9,200,000. It's your bid. 9,400,000 now. Greg, I took it just ahead of you here. 9.5 I'll take at 9,500,000. Thank you, Greg, at 9,500,000. I'd like to go to 9,800,000 if we can, James, for the next bid. It's currently at 9,500,000. Here it is with Gregoire Biot in New York.
Would you take 9.6, please?
Okay, if you're going to play it like that, 9,600,000. Okay, Patsy would play it in 100,000. At 9,600,000 is your bid. And Greg looking for 9,700,000, please. At 9,700,000, please. 9,700,000. Ahead of you here, it's Martin Klosterfeld. It's in a new place. 9,800,000. Thank you, Gregoire. At 9,800,000. Give me 9.
9.9, please.
9,900,000.
9.9, please.
Thank you, Patty. It's yours. I heard it first there at 9,900,000. And I need 10 next. It's at 9,900,000.
10, please.
10 million pounds.
10, please.
Thank you.
10.
Just marginally ahead of you there, Greg, at 10 million pounds. But I'll take one from you. It's with Martin Klosterfelder at 10 million pounds in the London studio, but looking for a bid from the New York studio here at 10 million pounds here. Try one. Still here at 10 million pounds with Martin. And against you, Greg, at 10 million pounds here.
2, please.
10,200,000. Give me 4 if you can. At 10,200,000. Need 4. At 10.2. Still at 10,200,000.
10,500,000, please.
10,500,000.
10,500,000.
Got it there, Patty. Thank you. At 10,500,000. Your bid again at 10,500,000. Thank you so much. In the Hong Kong studio at 10,500,000. It's against you, Greg. It's against you, Martin. It's against you, James.
10.7.
10,700,000. At 10.7. Let's try 11, Patty.
10,800,000 then.
10,800,000. We try. 10,800,000. 10.8. At 10,800,000 pounds.
11, please.
11 million pounds. Thank you. At 11 million pounds is Gregoire's bidder at 11 million. And against you on this side at 11 million pounds. Gregoire's bidder at 11. Martin, give me 2.
Would you take 11,100,000?
11,100,000. Thank you, Patty. It's yours again at 11,100,000. And Gregoire, what's going to be next? At 11,100,000 pounds. At 11,100,000. What a bid, sir?
11.2, please.
11,200,000. You heard it from Gregoire. Again in the New York studio at 11,200,000 pounds. Here it is at 11.2. Your bid, Gregoire, this time. Jumping between London, New York, and Hong Kong.
11,300,000.
11,300,000. Thank you, Patty. At 11.3 now. At 11,300,000. It's Patty's bidder again at 11,300,000. 11,400,000.
5, please.
11,500,000. $11,600,000. Thank you. At 11,600,000. It's Gregoire's bidder on this side here at 11,600,000. Here he is at 11,600,000. Paddy, what are we going to say at 11,600,000?
7.
At 11,700,000. It's in a new place again with Tom Edison here in the London studio at £11,700,000. Welcome to the proceedings, Tom. At 11,800,000. 11,800,000.
8, 11 million. Oh, they are.
At 11,800,000. Still with Gregoire Bio in New York at 11,800,000. 11,850,000. Next bid's going to be 9.
11,900,000, please.
11,900,000. 11,900,000. Bid, £12 million. £12 million with James Sevier. Next bid's going to be 1, Tom. I'm not going to take a split bid. It's going to be 12-1. Notice to all of you, the next bid is 12,100,000, please. At 12 million. Still with James at £12 million. At 12 million. Still yours, James.
12.2, please.
12,200,000. James, give me another one. At £12,200,000. 12.2. Here it is, at 12,200,000, 12,400,000. $12,400,000. 12,400,000.
12.5, please.
12,500,000.
12.6.
12,600,000. 12,600,000. Say one more. At 12,600,000, looking for 12,700,000. On this side of the room here in London, in the studio here, I need 7 from you, Tom, if you're coming in. At £12,600,000, still with James. Greg. Want to try 7? 12,600,000.
7, please.
12,700,000.
Bid.
12,800,000. Here at 12,800,000. It's against you, Greg, at 12,800,000. It's James Sevier's bidder again at 12,800,000. Here on this side, 12,800,000. At 12,800,000. You coming in? At 12,800,000. Still with James, and I'm going to sell. The hammer is coming up at £12,800,000. Say one more. Last chance. It's against you, Tom. It's against you, Greg. It's with James, and I'm going to sell it this time. £12,800,000. Fair warning now. Give me 9 if you're coming in, Tom. No. Here it is, and selling. Thank you all to James at £12,800,000. Thank you very much indeed, James. Thank you so much. Panel number 24. Many, many congratulations. That's for the Freud. Thank you very much. And thank you also, Greg, to your underbidder as well. Thank you very much indeed. And we move on, of course, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 13, the wonderful Lowry here, the Ellis Lowry, going to the match. I believe it's a rugby match, but tonight also a very important game going on as well. We're going to try and get through in time for the football, of course. Important match this evening. But here it is, the going to the match, the wonderful Lowry painting, showing here on my left-hand side on the screens for you also at home. And we're going to start the bidding here at 1,600,000, 1,700,000, 1,800,000, at 1,800,000, at 1,800,000, 1,900,000, £2 million. Thank you, sir. It's in the room at £2 million. Gentlemen seated here at £2 million. Your bid, sir, at £2 million. And I can sell at £2 million. At £2 million. Francis will be coming in at £2 million. Gentlemen seated here at £2 million and selling here at £2 million. 2,200,000 now. At 2,200,000, 2,400,000 is bid again in the room at 2,400,000. There it is at 2,400,000. At 2,400,000, give me 6 now. At 2,400,000, your bid, sir, at £2,400,000. At £2,400,000. Still with the gentleman in the room at 2,400,000. And against you, Francis, at 2,400,000, give me 6, sir. At 2,400,000, I'm going to sell it here. 2,400,000 against you, Francis. There it is. It's in the room at 2,400,000. I can sell it. Fair warning. Last chance. At 2,400,000, give me 6, please, quickly. At 2,400,000, going to sell it here. At £2,400,000, you out. Last chance. At £2,400,000. It's yours, sir. Thank you very much. 923. At 2,400,000. Thank you very much indeed, sir. And we move on to lot number 14, the wonderful watercolour. Here, fabulous work by Hervin Anderson, the Maracas double, after a famous early painting called Red Flags. Wonderful work here. Artist showing in Chicago at the Arts Club, of course. Very hard to find these wonderful things. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £20,000. 20,000, 25,000, 30,000, now 35,000, £40,000 I have. It's with a commission bid I can sell at 40,000. 45,000, thank you. It's your bid now. I'm out at 45,000. Here with Fergus at 45,000. Are you bidding up on the telephone? 50,000. Hyung Yee's telephone bid here at £50,000. Give me one more bid, 55,000 here. On this side at 55,000. Give me 60, please. 60,000. Thank you, Emma, at £60,000 now. At 60,000 with Emma Baker. Come back in again, Fergus, please. At 60,000. At £60,000 against you here at £60,000. I'd rather take 5, please. At 60,000. No? At 60,000, give me 5, please, on this side. 65,000, it's in a new place. Thank you very much. And against you all at 65,000, still with Emma again. Sorry, against you. It's Mackie's bid at 65,000. Thank you, Mackie. At 65,000. Emma, you're going to come in at 70? 70,000. Young Yee's bidder again at 75,000. Online at 75,000. It's in a new place. Online at £75,000. Thank you. With the online bidder at £75,000 here. Here online, 80,000. It's in a new place. In the room again at 80,000. Thank you, sir. At £80,000. Your bid. At 80,000. Give me 5. Gentlemen in the room, not yours, Alex Branchick. You're a telephone bidder. £85,000. 90,000 now. Against you here, 90,000. It's against you online too. Give me 5, please. At £90,000. Gentlemen seated. At 90,000. I need 95. At £90,000. Still with the gentleman at £90,000. 95,000 now. 100,000. Thank you. At £100,000. At £100,000. Give me more. At £100,000. 110,000, 120,000. Here at £120,000. Against you, Martin, at 120. Say one more, please. Hyung Yee, 130 now. 140. Thank you, sir. At £140,000. At 140,000. And looking for 50, 140 here. 150, 160. At 160, 170, 180. At 180. Give me another. Here at 180,000. At 180, 190, 200,000. Thank you, sir. At £200,000. 200,000. Here it is at £200,000. 200,000. Gentlemen seated at 200,000. At 200,000. You out? Sure. It's against you, Mackie, as well. Gentlemen in the room at £200,000. We're selling it here anymore at 200,000. Fair warning. At £200,000. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Let's see your paddle again, please. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Congratulations. And we move on now to lot number 15. Property from a New York charitable family trust, the Peter Doig, the Blue Mountain. Sold as viewed, showing obviously in the main galleries during the auction viewing. And I'm going to start the bidding here at 4,200,000, 4,300,000, 4,400,000, now 4,400,000. 4,500,000 is bid with Amy Capilazzo at 4,500,000 in her last auction at Sotheby's at 4,500,000. Amy, we're going to miss you at 4,500,000. Here it is with Amy Capilazzo on the telephone at 4,500,000. Anyone else at 4,500,000? Alex, you're coming in at 4,500,000. At 4,500,000. It's with Amy at £4,500,000. Still with you, Amy, at £4,500,000. It's against you, Alex, at 4,500,000. Come in again at £4,500,000. At £4,500,000. Looks like it's yours, Amy. At £4,500,000. Anybody else? You bidding, sir? At £4,500,000. Here it goes. And selling. It's your bid, Amy. Last chance at £4,500,000. Thank you very much indeed. Panel number 52. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And lot number 16 is the Yinka Shonobari, the sculpture. Bad Schoolboy. And £80,000 starts at 80,000, 85,000, 90,000, 90,000, 95,000 now at £95,000. At 95,000. Any more? £95,000. £100,000. Where's the bid? Thank you, Isabel. At 100,000. It's your bid at £100,000. Isabel Parkman's bidder, 110,000. Thank you, Francis. At 110 now. At 110,000. Give me 20. 120,000. Still with Isabel again at 120,000. 130,000. It's Francis's bidder at 130. 140. 150. Here on this side, it's Francis's bidder at £150,000. Still at 150. Give me 60. Here at £150,000. It's on my right now at 150. And selling it here, it's against you, Isabel. It's with Francis Christie, head of our Modern British department. And selling now, 160 now, against you. At £160,000. 170. Thank you, Francis. This time your side, your bid at 170,000 on this side of the room. There it is, at 170,000 against you, Isabel. You out at 170,000. I'm going to set it, fair warning now, at £170,000. Thank you, Francis. Paddle number 34 at £170,000. And lot number 17. We move on to one of the most striking works of this afternoon's sale, Edward Burra's War in the Sun, his greatest rendering of the Spanish Civil War. Last sold in these rooms in 1992 when it set a world record price for the artist. Fabulous, fabulous thing here. Major work by the artist. And I'm going to start the bidding property for an important British private collection at £1,100,000. At £1,100,000, £1,200,000, £1,300,000 at 1.3, at £1,300,000, £1,400,000 now. Looking at you, Ben, at £1,400,000, £1,500,000 with Alex Branchik here at 1.5, and against you, Ben, at £1,500,000. It's with Alex Branchik, and I can sell for £1,500,000. Against you, Ben, at 1.5. At £1,500,000. Still with you, Alex, at £1,500,000. Against you, Ben, still at £1,500,000. I'm going to sell it here, £1,500,000, still with Alex Branchik. Last chance out to the room, and selling, fair warning, at £1,500,000. Thank you, Alex. It's paddle number 62 at £1,500,000. And lot number 18, of course, is the wonderful Chris Ophelia, Still Smoking. One of the earliest works from the artist's celebrated series dedicated to a black superhero of his own invention. This work has remained in the same distinguished private collection since it was executed in 1997. Fabulous work here. And I can start the bidding at £350,000. At £350,000, £400,000, £450,000 out, £450,000, at £450,000, £500,000, at £500,000, at £500,000. At £500,000. Against you, Hugo, £500,000. At £500,000. Any more? £500,000. You bidding? £500,000. At £500,000. Against you there, £500,000. Any more? £550,000. Thank you, Yoni. It's your bid at £550,000. It's in Hong Kong at £550,000. Selling it here at £550,000. Any more? £550,000. It's still with you, Yoni. It's your bid, and against you on this side at £550,000. at £550,000. It's Yoni's bid. I can sell at £550,000. Last chance. And selling at £550,000. Yoni, thank you very much indeed. It's your bid. Panel number 4. Thank you. And we move on to the Bridget Riley, the closed discs. This work here, wonderful work showing here, signed and dated, of course, and title on the reverse. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £200,000, at 200,000, 210,000, 220,000, now at 220, at 220,000, 230,000, at 230,000, 240,000 now, at £240,000, at 240,000, any more, 240, at 240,000. Want to bid, sir? At 240,000. Fair warning now. Last chance. At 240,000. Against you here. At £240,000. It's a pass at 240,000. And lot number 20 is, as we move on, the Sunset Mount Hilarion in Cyprus. This wonderful David Bomberg, as shown, of course, on the back of the wonderful monograph on the artist by Richard Cork, the eminent art historian. Fantastic Bomberg expert. This radiant picture here showing on my left. And we're going to start the bidding here at 320,000, 320,000, 340,000, 360,000 now, 360,000, 380,000, at £380,000. 400,000. Thank you, Francis. It's your bid at 400,000 and selling at £400,000. At 400,000 on this side, 420,000. Thank you, Brian. 420,000 now against you here, 420,000. Sprint's bidder at £420,000. And against you, Francis, and I'm selling it here, £420,000. At £420,000.
Hong Kong.
450,000. Thank you, Patty. It's your bid at 450,000. Another new bidder at 450,000. Looking for 80 now, Bryn, please. At 450,000. This fabulous picture. 480,000 now. It's back with Bryn again at £480,000. At £480,000. At £480,000. Afternoon tea all round at £480,000. At 480,000 here on this side. Give me 500, please. Might be a free lunch in there somewhere. At £480,000. Any more at 480? Here it is at 480,000 and selling it. Last chance. Coming in, Patty again at 480. Patty, show me a sign of life. At £480,000. Fair warning. Are we out? Patty, it's against you here. No, she's out. At £480,000. Thanks, Bryn. There it is. Panel number 18 at 480,000. Wonderful thing. Thank you. And 21 is the next lot, is the wonderful Kossoff here. The school building, Wilston, winter 1981. Showing on the screens. It's not in the room this afternoon. And we're going to start the bidding here at £300,000. 300,000, 320,000, 340,000, now at £340,000. 360,000. Thank you, Simon. It's your bid. I can sell at £360,000 here. On this side at £360,000. At 360,000, selling here at 360. At 360,000, 380,000. Thank you, sir. It's your bid at 380,000. Gentlemen in the room here at 380. At 380,000 against you, Simon, at 380. It's in the room at £380,000. Gentlemen seated here at 380,000. Give me 400,000, please. At 380. At 380,000 against you here, Simon. Say one more at 380. There it is, at £380,000. I'm going to sell it. Fair warning now, at £380,000. No, no. I'll take 90 from you, but not 5. No. Want to try 90? At £380,000. Here it is. I'm going to sell at £380,000. Want to say 90? Quickly. I've got 1 minute, Simon. I've got about 30 seconds. At 390. I'm going to say 400, sir. No, at 390,000 here, at 390 and selling for £390,000. Thank you, Simon. At 390. It's panel 55. Lot number 22 is the After Zurbrand, the Paul Orrego here, the wonderful work on paper, the charcoal. Head of the artist's distinguished retrospective at Tate, of course, and some interest here, and I can start the bidding already at 70, 80, 90, 100,000 now, 100,000 with the commission bid at £100,000. 100,000. I can sell at £100,000. It's my bid, £100,000, and selling at £100,000. at £100,000. Against you, Fergus and Simon here, £100,000. You're coming in at 100,000. Still my bid. And selling here, commission bid, it's my bid. I'll take 10 from you, Simon, at £100,000. We'll say one more. 110,000, 120,000 is bid at £120,000 now. I need 30 from you, please. It's still my bidder at £120,000 at 120. At 120,000, still with a commission bid, I can sell, of course, at 120,000. Fair warning, afternoon, madam, at £120,000. It's in my book at 120 and selling for £120,000. Take it on this one. It's a lower increment at 125,000. Clears my bid. It's your bid at £125,000. With Simon now and selling, it clears the commission bid. Last chance at £125,000. Thank you, Simon.
5.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. And we move on, of course, the next, or the first of this afternoon's works by Damien Hirst, the beautiful career-minded painting with blue slash, property from a New York charitable family trust, sold, of course, as viewed. It's showing on some of the screens in the room today for you. And I'm going to start the bidding here at 220,000, 230,000, 240,000, 250,000. Thank you, Alex. It's your bid at £250,000. Here it is. It's on my right with Alex Branchik from the Contemporary Department in Europe, shortly to be the Contemporary Department and Modern Department in Hong Kong, of course. 250,000. The great Alex Branchik, there he is, at £250,000. Selling to you, Alex, at this point for £250,000. Fair warning now, last chance, and selling at 260,000. It's online. Against you, Alex, at 260. It's with the online bidder, paddle number 73 this time. Give me 70. It's at 260 now. Online at 260,000. No? At 260,000 it's with the online bidder now. It's against you, Alex. Fair warning. I'm selling it to you online. Last chance at £260,000. Thank you very much indeed. It's paddle number 73. And lot number 24 is this fabulous Myself and Cupid, the self-portrait, Sir William Orpen. There it is. Fabulous, very rare thing. Property from the collection of Sir Michael Smurfit. Wonderful thing to be handling here today. And I can start already with some interest, and I'm going to start the bidding here at 140,000, 160,000, 180,000 now. At 180,000, 200,000, 220,000 I have with the commission bid, and I can sell at £220,000. Charlie, you're bidding 230 from you, 240 is my bid. At 240, 245, 250 is my bid. 5 will clear the bid. Yes, 255, I'm out. It's your bid, Charlie, now. £255,000, thank you. At 255,000 for the open. It's here on my right at £255,000. With Charlie Minter at 255,000. It's your bid, sir. And selling at £255,000. You bidding, Manor? No? At £255,000. Thank you, Charlie. It's panel number 71. Many congratulations. And lot number 25, the one onto an artist most people simply know, of course, as an eminent politician, Prime Minister, in fact, during the Second World War, Sir Winston Churchill, with his beautiful still life from the 1930s, which has always remained within his family, property from the family of Sir Winston Churchill, the Mallows here, showing on my left, and I want to start the bidding at 270,000, 280,000, 290,000, 300,000 now. It's with the commission bid and selling at £300,000. At £300,000. Okay. Still my bidder at £300,000. Against you, Charlie, at £300,000. Give me 20. At 300, 320,000, 340,000 is my bid. At 340,000, give me 60. 360,000, 380,000 is bid. 400,000, 420,000 is my bid. Still my bid at 420,000, 450,000. I'm out now. It's Charlie. It's your bid at 450,000. It's on my right here at 450,000. Against you, Julian, in New York here at £450,000. With Charlie Minton, it's against you, Julian, on the telephone there at 450. And selling for 80. It's in a new place. Thank you, Tom. At £480,000. Say 5. £500,000. At 500,000. 520,000. 520. It's Tom's bidder now. Charlie, it's against you here at 520. Looking for 50. At £520,000. At 520,000, you carrying on? At 520,000 against you here. And selling, last chance. Tom's bidder. Charlie, you out? No? At £520,000. Thank you, Tom. It's panel number 42 at £520,000. Thank you. And lot number 26 is, of course, the Sir John Lavery. Here it is, the Bathing Hour, the Lido in Venice. Property from a private American collection, showing on the easel for you. Here in London, of course, and I'm going to start the bidding here at £320,000. At 320,000, 340,000, at 340, 360 now. At £360,000. At £360,000. 360. 360,000, 380,000 now. At 380,000. It's against you, Martin, at £380,000. For the Lavery, 380,000. Any more? At 380,000. 400,000. Thank you, Charlie. It's your bid at 400,000. I can sell at £400,000. There it is, with Charlie Minter at £400,000 and selling against you, Brooke, at £400,000. Tom, are we coming in, Tom? Charlie, just have to hold on one sec. Tom may be coming in here at £400,000. Give me 20, Tom. At 400,000, still with Charlie. It's your sir at £400,000. Thank you very much. It's paddle number 39. Thank you so much. And lot number 28 is the large-scale medicine painting here. Of course, the Damien Hirst. Sold as viewed, showing at the back of the galleries there. Right at the back, obviously, just against the back wall, the biotin analog painting. Fabulous thing, very compelling scale. Property from a New York charitable family trust. And I'm going to start the bidding here at 550,000, 580,000, 600,000, 620,000 now, 620. At £620,000.
700,000, please.
700,000. I'll take from you, Alex. It's £700,000 now. It's with Alex Branchick. On your telephone, it's £700,000, Alex. At 700,000. Against you, Sam Ballette. £700,000. You bid it. At 700,000. Against you, Felix 2 in Hong Kong. It's £700,000. Any more? It's £700,000. Still with you, Alex. It's 700,000. Your bid, sir. At 700,000. Against you, Felix in Hong Kong. At 700,000. We coming in, sir? At 700,000, it's here on this side of the room and selling against you there at 700,000. Last chance at £700,000. Thank you, Alex. Very much. Paddle number 27. Thank you so much. And lot number 29 has been withdrawn, so we move directly on to the Henry Moore, the two-seated women here, showing on my left on the easel. Thank you so much. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £220,000, at 220,000, 240,000, 260,000 now, 260,000, at 260,000, £280,000, at 280, at 280,000. Want a bid, sir? At £280,000, at 280, at 280,000. Any more now? Bidding, sir? At 280,000. Fair warning now. It's against you here. Simon, are we coming in at 280? At 280,000, looking to you, Simon. At 280, give me a bid. At £280,000, fair warning now. Want a bid, sir? At 280, last chance. At £280,000. It's a pass at 280,000. And the Nicholson follows, number 31. The painting, 1935. Showing on the screens and, of course, the easel. Just coming around now. Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, Adam, gentlemen, very kind of you. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £550,000. At 550,000, 600,000, 650,000 now. At 650,000. At £650,000. At £650,000. At 650,000. 700,000. Thank you, Bernard. At £700,000. There at 700,000, I can sell at £700,000. Here on my right, at 700,000. It's Bernard's bidder at £700,000 now. And selling, of course, at 700,000. Any more? It's 700,000. It's Bernard's bidder. Here on the telephone banks, it's 700,000, 750,000. Thank you, Tom. It's in a new place. It's 750,000. And, of course, looking for 800,000. It's on this side. It's 750,000. 800,000 now. Against you, Tom, at 800,000. Need 50. at £800,000. Give me 50. At £800,000 here on this side, at £800,000 against you, Tom. No, at 800,000, last chance, selling at £800,000. Bernard, thank you very much indeed. It's panel number 28. Thank you so much. And lot number 32 is the wonderful Dame Madeleine Odundo, this fantastic ceramic, of course, untitled, from a prominent family collection. We have some interest in the lot, and I can already start at 45, 50, 55, 60,000 now, 65,000, 70,000 I have already, 75,000, 80,000 is my bid. Give me 85, Amy, 85,000, 90,000 is my bid. 95,000 clears my bid. Amy, it's yours at £95,000. And selling at 95,000, 100,000. Thank you, sir, in the room here. 100,000, 110,000. Give me 20, sir. 120 already ahead of you. It's Lisa Denison's bid at 120,000. Say 30, either of you.
120.
At 120,000, you sure, sir? 130,000. Thank you, Lisa. Amy, rather. 130,000. Give me 40, Lisa, please. At 130, 140 is bid with Lisa Denison at 140,000. Amy, only 50 from you. And great to have you. Thank you for making the trip from America. I know it's been difficult. Great to have you with us, Amy, at 140,000. Wish more of you could make it over, but it's great to have all of our clients, of course, in the room here. 140, 150 online I have. Ahead of you, Julia, it's a 150. We have a new bidder. SOTHEBY'S.com at 150,000. Using the SOTHEBY'S app at 150,000. Recommended to all of you. 150, 160 now, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you so much. £160,000. Plethora of bidding here. 160,000. Want to come in again, sir? At 160. No? 170 is bid online. Ahead of you, Lisa, and ahead of you, Amy. At 170,000. There it is online at 170. 180. Thank you, Lisa. At 180,000. Against you online now. 180. Give me 90. At £180,000. 180. At 180,000. What a bid, sir? At £180,000. Lisa's bid at 180. So 180,000. I'm selling it here. Last chance. Bidding. 190. Thank you, Simon. Say 200,000. Looking at the screens behind you, ladies and gentlemen, this new interactive system, Sotheby's innovation at its very best.
200.
200,000. Thank you, Lisa, at £200,000. Back with Lisa again at 200,000. Simon, next bid's 10. 210,000. At 210. £210,000. Give me 20, Lisa. 210. Looking for 20. 220,000. Here it is. Thank you, Lisa, at £220,000 here. At £220,000 to 30 now. Thank you so much. At 230,000. And I need 40 from you, Lisa. At 230,000. What a bid, sir. At 230. 230,000.
40.
240,000. Thank you, Lisa. There she is again. 250,000 is against you this time, Lisa, at £250,000. 250. And after £260,000 from you. 250,000. Bidding, sir? Your kind of thing? 250,000.
60.
260,000. There it is, with Lisa again at 260, 270. Straight back at you. Thank you, Simon, here at 270,000. Against you, Lisa, again at 270. Give me 80 this time, please.
80.
280 is bid. 290. At 290. Let's make it around now.
300.
£300,000. Sounds so much better. 300,000. Amy, you want to come in again? At £300,000, it's Lisa's bidder. At £300,000. Here it is, at £300,000. Thank you, Lisa. At £300,000, selling it here with Lisa Denison against you, Simon, this time at £300,000. Fair warning to you here. It's at £300,000. Lisa Denison, I'm going to sell it like this time. Last chance. You out at £300,000, and with a record for the artist, it's yours, Lisa, selling for £300,000. Thank you very much indeed. Can I see your paddle again? Number 33 at £300,000. Thank you, Lisa. And we move on, of course, the Richard Lynn, the wonderful painted relief with aluminium square, property from the family of Thomas Baker Slick Jr. It's a wonderful artist, following hotly on the heels of the fantastic Richard Lim we sold, of course, in Hong Kong in the J. Chu sale, in Felix's sale, showing on the screens, and of course painted relief with aluminium square. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £100,000. 100,000, 110,000, 120,000, now 120, 120,000, 130,000 pounds. At 130,000. At 130,000 pounds. Any more? 130. At 130,000 pounds. Against you here, 130. 140,000. Thank you, Felix. At 140,000. 150 bidding. 150,000. Isabel Pargman's bidder here. In London, straight against you now, Felix. At 150. 160 is bid. Say 70 now. At 150,000, 60,000 is with Felix. You out? At 160,000, Felix, it's your bidder here. 160,000 pounds, and selling it for 160,000 pounds. Felix's bid. Paddle number 40. Last chance. At
665?
165 I'll take. Thank you, Patty. 165. Felix, you want to say 70?
Yes.
It's Patty's bid at 165, but we need a camera on Felix now, please. Yes, he's bidding at 170,000. Against you now, Patty. It's Felix's bid again at 170,000 pounds. There it is at 170,000. Patty, no, you're out. At 170,000, I'm going to sell it this time. It's Felix's bid. Last chance at 170,000 pounds. Thank you very much. It's paddle number 40. And we move on, of course, to the Ivan Hitchens, the One Poppy and Yellow Lilies, the fabulous work here, showing on the easels, just coming around for you here. On my left, of course, and I'm going to start the bidding here at £50,000. So 55,000, 60,000 now, 60,000, 65,000, at 65,000. For the Hitchens, it's £65,000. That's £65,000. 70,000. It's Julia's bid. It's 70,000 on this side here, Julia. Thank you so much. It's 70,000. 75,000. Thank you, Francis. Battle of the modern British bidders here. It's £75,000. £80,000. Thank you so much. At 80,000 now. You bidding, madam? £80,000. 85,000. Thank you, Francis. At £85,000. 85,000. Just getting some good footage. At £85,000 here. There it is. 85,000. Give me 90. Julia. 85,000. It's Francis bid. 90,000. Tom, it's another third new place at £90,000. Still with you, Tom. Deep bidding here for the Hitchens. 95,000. Thank you, Francis. At £95,000. What a bid, madam? At £95,000. Say 100. At £95,000 on this side of the room. Here it is. The wonderful Hitchens. 100,000. Thank you, Tom. It's your bid, sir, at 100,000. And against you, Julie, this time, and against you, Francis. At £100,000. 105,000. Thank you. At £105,000. I need 110 next. At £105,000. Still with you, Francis. At 105,000. Going to sell it at £105,000. Fair warning. Against you, Tom. Hammer's coming down. At 105,000. It's not yours. It's with Francis Christie. At £105,000. Thank you very much. It's paddle number 59. And we move on, of course, to the Peter Lanyon, the Susan, property of a private collection, California, coming around here. Thank you so much. Large-scale work here by Lanyon, as is the other work here on the wall. Thank you. And I'm going to start the bidding here at 130,000, 140,000, at 150,000 now, 150,000 for the Lanyon at 150,000, at £150,000. At 150,000, at 150 for the Lanyon, 150. At 150,000. What a bid, sir? At 150,000. £150,000. Any more? 150. At £150,000. It's against you here, Bernard. Getting your bidder on the line at 150,000. At 150,000. No, Francis, we out? At 150,000. Can't get hold of it. Time waits for no man, unfortunately. At 150,000. No. Bernard, are you bidding? No. At 150,000. Last chance. At 150. Is a pass at 150. And we move on to lot number 36 is the Henry Moore, sold as viewed. Next work by Henry Moore, of course, the second sculpture in this evening's sale, The Three Motives Against War #1. From Hidden Harmony, an exquisite private collection, the Three Motives, as I mentioned. And some interest here, I can start the bidding at 120,000, 130,000, 140,000, at 140,000, 150,000, at 150, at 160,000. I can sell at 160,000 pounds. You're bidding, Simon. At 160, it's my bid, and selling at 160,000. Against you, Emma, here, at 160,000, still my bidder at 160. Try 170, please. Against you in two places at 160,000, still my bidder here. 180,000, thank you, 180,000. Clears my bid at 180, and I can sell to you, Simon, this time at 180,000 pounds. There it is. It's already at 180 on this side, yeah. 180,000. I need at least, well, let's try 200,000. At 180,000, 200,000? Are you bidding or are you not bidding, Emma? It's here at 180,000 with Simon stock.
200.
200,000, thank you so much. At 200,000 pounds. Need 20 from you, Simon.
No problem.
At 200,000. Against you in New York, Simon Shaw as well at 200,000. I'll take 210. We've come this far at 210,000. Against you, Simon in New York. It's Simon Stock in London. It's not Simon Shaw in New York. At 210,000. The next bid's going to be 20. Emma, it could be you or it could be Simon. 220 I'll take. Thank you so much. At 220,000. There it is. With Emma at 220,000 on this side. 220. At 220,000, still here at 220, and it's against you both. Ladies bid against the gentleman here at 220,000 pounds. Somebody coming in here at 230,000. Thank you. And against you, Emma, this time at 230. At 230,000 pounds. 240. Say one more. Nope. At 240,000, here with Emma and selling. Fair warning at 240,000 pounds. Thank you, Emma.
I'll tell you later, Ollie.
Paddle number?
I'll tell you later.
Okay, tell me later. Okay, thank you, Emma. And lot number 37 is the Inaugural, the Nude Lady C, property of an American private collection, showing on my left here. Rare work by Uniglow, and of course the wonderful still life also in the sale tomorrow. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £65,000. 65,000, 70,000 out, 70,000, 75,000 at £75,000. At £75,000. At £75,000. Any more? £75,000. At £75,000. That's £75,000. Against you, Bryn. £75,000. 80,000. There it is. Bryn's bidder at 80,000. Thank you. On this side here at £80,000. Thank you, Bryn. At 80. It's your bid. And I'm going to sell it here to you at £80,000. Anybody else? Claudia coming in? At 80,000. Still with Bryn. Last chance now. And selling. Thank you, Bryn. At £80,000. Thank you, Bryn. That's 70. And ladies and gentlemen, we move to the last lot of the British sale, but not, of course, of this afternoon's sale. As is only fitting, we'll be closing the sale with an artwork voted the United Kingdom's favourite artwork in a 2017 poll, Banksy's iconic Girl with Balloon. Here it is. Fabulous, fabulous painting. First time at auction for one of the works from this very specific series. And I'm going to start the bidding here at £750,000. At 750,000, 800,000, 850,000, now 900,000, at 900,000, 950,000, at 950,000, £1 million I have. It's a bid at £1 million, and I can sell at £1 million now. At £1 million now. At £1 million, still with my bid. It's with the commission bid at £1 million now. At £1 million against you here and against you here, £1 million now. 1,100,000 is bid ahead of you, Yoni, in New York, in Hong Kong rather. At 1,100,000 is online at 1,100,000. SOTHEBY'S.com, the future of auctioneering. And bidding at home, 1,200,000 is your bid now, and against you online at 1,200,000 is against you, Tom, here. At 1,200,000.
1,250, please.
No, I'll take three. It's the next bid at 1,200,000. Try three, sir. At 1,200,000 here. Try online again at 1,200,000. Here at 1,200,000. Want to come in again at 1,200,000. At £1,200,000. Any more? At 1,200,000. At 1,200,000. I want to say 50 now, James.
1,250, please.
Yep, 1,250,000. 1,300,000 is bid online now. 1,300,000. There it is. At £1,300,000. With the online bidder, it's against you, Yoni. It's against you, James, at 1,300,000. And against you in the room here at 1,300,000. You want to bid? At 1,300,000. At 1,300,000. Against you, James, at 1,300,000. Bidding, sir? At 1,300,000. For the banks here, 1,300,000. Yoni, say one more. 1,400,000. Yoni's bidder, £1,400,000. There it is, at 1,400,000. Any more? At £1,400,000. It's Yoni's bidder, 1,400,000. Still with you, Yoni, and it's against you online. It's Yoni's bidder in the Hong Kong office against you, James. It's against you online at 1,400,000, say 1.5. At £1,400,000, here it is. It's Yoni's bidder at 1,400,000. Say one more. 1,500,000. Thank you so much. 1,500,000. Yoni, give me 6, please. At 1,500,000. At £1,500,000. At 1.5. Give me another one. At £1,500,000. It's fabulous painting here. 1,500,000. Spectacular condition. At 1,500,000. What have we got, Yoni? Say 6, please. At £1,500,000. At £1,500,000. And looking for 1,600,000 from you, please. At 1,500,000. It's here at £1,500,000. Yoni, give me another one, please, at 1,500,000. This rare painting at 1,500,000 from this series, this iconic subject at 1,500,000. Say one more at 1,500,000. There it is. There's the heart. 1,600,000 is bid. Thank you so much. At £1,600,000 now. 1,600,000 is back with Yoni. It's in Hong Kong here at £1,600,000. 1.6. And against you online. At £1.6 million. At 1,600,000. 1,700,000. Thank you online at £1,700,000. 1.7. At 1,700,000, Yoni, I need 8 from you, please. At 1,700,000. You're out. At 1,700,000, still with the online bidders, panel number 62, and it's not yours, Yoni. I'm going to sell it now. Give you one last chance. At 1,700,000. I'll take 50 from you at this point if you'd like to bid 50. At £1,700,000. You want to try 1,750,000, Yoni? At 1,700,000. Say one more. At 1,700,000 and selling. The last lot looks like a no. At 1,700,000. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the British sale. Sold to you. Thank you very much indeed. 1,700,000. It's panel number 62. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much, ladies and gentlemen. We will now take a roughly 15-minute break before turning to this afternoon and this evening's sale of modern and contemporary art, starting very shortly. Headlined, of course, by the masterpiece of abstraction by its pioneer, Vasily Kandinsky. But thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Helena Newman, and I will be your auctioneer for the second of today's London sales, our marquee evening sale of modern and contemporary art, which is studded throughout with exceptional works, not least the fabulous 1937 Kandinsky, which is hanging here on my right. For those of you rejoining us or those just tuning in, it's wonderful to have you with us as we celebrate this very special moment during the summer season in London. And a very warm welcome to those of you who've been able to join us here in the sale room today. It's great to have you back, but also, of course, equally great to welcome those of you who are joining us virtually from all around the world. Today's sale features some extraordinary works by leading artists from across the globe, beginning with the breakthrough moment of Impressionism and ending with some of our most exciting contemporary artists. We have a group of works from a very special private collection that includes Renoir, 2 Degas bathers, and a rare pastel by Odillon Redon. Then, as we move into the 20th century, we have the star of our sale, Tension Calmée, a masterpiece painted in Paris in 1937 by Wassily Kandinsky. From there, the evolution of abstraction over the 20th century is brilliantly illustrated with works by Twombly and Joseph Albers, leading on into the 21st century with Kusama and Jade Fadoujoutimi. Just before we get into the action, please note the following announcements. We will take a short 10-minute break during the sale after lot 131, Renoir's Femme à la Rose. If you are watching or bidding online, the auction will resume on the same page. As your auctioneer, I may open the bidding on any lot by placing a bid on behalf of the seller. I may further bid on behalf of the seller up to the amount of the reserve by placing responsive or consecutive bids for a lot. Please note there is a guarantee on the following lots: 108, 116, 130, 132, 136, 137, 142, and 143. There is a guarantee and an irrevocable bid on each of the following lots: 103, 106, 107, 115, 117, 121, 122, 124, 125, 127, 128, 129, 131, 133, 138, 140, 144, 148, 149, 152, 158, and 159. And the following lots have been withdrawn: 119, 145, and 146. So, and now let's begin. Lot 101, we open with Jade Fadoujoutimi's I'm Pirouetting the Night Away, which originally debuted at the artist's highly acclaimed first solo exhibition at a public institution in the UK. And some interest in this lot, we start the bidding already at 60,000, 65, 70,000 pounds. At 70,000 pounds, I will have already 75,000 pounds, 80,000 pounds now. At 80,000 pounds, at 80,000, 80,000, 85,000, Nicholas Chow, hello, in Hong Kong, thank you very much. 90,000 against you at 90,000 pounds. At 90,000 with the absentee, 100,000 still with Nicholas, 110,000. At 110,000, absentee, 120,000 with Nicholas, at 120,000, 140,000 against you. Will you say 150, 150, 160? At 160 with the absentee bidder, 160, 170. Nicholas Chow in Hong Kong at 170,000 pounds. In Hong Kong at 170,000 with Nicholas. 180 online. Thank you very much. Just in time. 190. So back in 190,000 with Nicholas at 190,000, thank you, and against you online. At 190,000 pounds, Nicholas Chow's bid in Hong Kong. Felix, thank you very much. Felix Kwok, thank you. At 200,000 pounds now.
220.
Nicholas
220.
again at 220,000. Battling it out
40,
in
please.
Asia. And Patty now.
240,
Three of you
please.
now. Thank you very much. Hello, Patty. At 240,000 pounds, and welcome. At 240,260 with Nicholas. At 260 against you both, Felix and Patty. At 260,000. Back in online, 280. Thank you. 280,000.
From Hong Kong.
300,000. Nicholas's bid at 300,000. Against you online, against you, Patty and Felix, at 300,000 pounds for the Jade. At 300,000 pounds online, at 300,000 pounds, and any advance in Hong Kong. Otherwise, I shall sell it to the online bidder. Are you coming in? Are you coming in share?
Yes.
Yes, you are. Yeah. Thank you. At 320,000. All four of you now. Thank you from Asia. At 320,000 against you online. At 320,000 shares bid. at 320,000 against the rest of you, not yours online, and I can sell it, fair warning, at £320,000. Sold. Congratulations. Thanks you very much here, and thank you all in Hong Kong. And that's number 148. Which brings us to lot 102. Next we have the Deux Femmes, an exquisite drawing by Henri Matisse, which has remained in private hands since the 1970s. And we've started bidding here at 180, at 180,000, at 180,000, £200,000 now, at £200,000 now, at 200,000, 220,000, at 220,000. I have already 250 when you say 280, at 250,000. I have with the absentee bidder, 250,000 with the absentee bid. Will you give me 280, Ashkan? At 250,000 with the absentee bidder, at 250,000. It's not yours, Ashkan. I have 250 already. At 250. 280, thank you, Amy. Amy Capalazzo at £280,000. And against you, Ashkan, at 280,000, I have my right. Amy's bid at 280,000 for the exquisite Matisse drawing. Will you give me 300? At 280,000 I have. Are you sure you want to try 300? At 280,000, it's not yours online, at 280,000, and I will sell it then, unless there's any further advance for the Matisse at £280,000. Sold. Thank you very much, Amy, at 280, and that's number 151. Congratulations. Which brings us to lot 202. The Pablo Picasso, and this is his own bronze cast of Bras Vertical, appearing at auction for the first time. And we start here at 900,000, at 900,000, £950,000, at 950,000, at £1 million. Alejandro Rossetti from New York, thank you very much, at £1 million. Yes, I see you, at £1 million from New York, at £1 million with Ale. 1,100,000. Sam's bid, £1,100,000. Sam's bid at 1,100,000 against you, Ale. At 1,100,000, I have with Sam Valette, and I can sell it at 1,100,000, unless you want to give me one too. At 1,100,000 on my right with Sam. Here in London, in Bond Street, 1,200,000 with Ale. At 1,200,000, will you say 1.3? 1,200,000 with Ale. At 1,200,000, give me 1,250,000 I can take. Thank you very much, 1,250,000. Sam Valette's bid, will you give me 1.3? At £1,250,000, try one more. Ale, 1,250,000. Try 1.3. Otherwise, I can sell it here in London. 1.3, thank you very much, 1,300,000. In New York, 1,350,000, up again, 1,350,000. With Sam Valette, Ali, you want to try one more? Give me 1.4. For this rare piece coming from the artist, the Picasso, I have 1,350,000. Try 1.4. Yes or no? Otherwise, I shall sell it at 1,350,000 here in Bond Street in our sale room. Have to hurry you. Yes or no? Selling at 1,350,000. Congratulations. Sold 176. Thank you very much, Sam. Lot 4. We had the work from 2017 by Simon Tor, one of the most sought-after figurative artists of his generation. And we will start here already at £80,000. You look ready to come in already, Ashkan, at 80,000, 85, 90,000, and 90,000, £95,000 now, and 95,000, 100,000. Thank you, Ashkan. I saw it ahead. 100,000, 110 online. We'll give you 120. 120 with Hugo. 130, Ashkan. £130,000 with Ashkan now, and against you, Hugo. 140 online. I took ahead. 140 online. 150, Ashkan again.
155?
I already have, yes, 155 I can take. 155, Hugo. 155, who's first? It's 160. Thank you, Emma Baker. £160,000 now. Against you both on my left. 160,000. You want to come back in online? At 160,000. It's not yours, Hugo. At 160. Try 170. I have it with Emma here. At £160,000 with Emma Baker. 160. Will you try 170? Felix got there ahead of you. Felix Kwok, thank you very much. 170 from Hong Kong. At 170,000, Emma, try one more. At £170,000 with Felix. You try one more. at 170,000, looking for 180 for the Salmon Tour, at 170,000 pounds. Yes, you're coming back in at 180. 180 it is. Thank you, Emma, at 180,000 pounds. And Felix, at 180,000, I have with Emma 190. Round it up to 200. I have 190 now. Who'll give me 200? At 190 with Felix. Looking for 200, Emma. 190,000 pounds. Try one more. At 190,000, still in Asia. 200,000. Thank you, Emma. 200,000 pounds. At 200,000 pounds now, Felix, will you give me 220? 220 it is.
210.
210 is okay as well. 210,000 I can take. Thank you, Felix, at 210,000. Looking for 220, Emma. At 210,000 pounds. Try one more. I have 210. Will you try 220? Yes, thank you, at 220,000. And Felix. It's against you now. I have 220,000. Emma's bid. 230. Yes? At 230,000 with Felix. At 230,000. 230,000. Try one more. At 230,000. Otherwise, I will bring the hammer down. I have 230,000 with 240, just in time. At 240,000, Felix, what do you say? We have 240. At 240,000, any further advance? 250,000 now in Hong Kong. At 250,000, still climbing. Any advance in the room? Or indeed on the other phones? I have 250,000. Emma, you're out and selling then at 250. Thank you very much, Felix. At 250,000 sold. That's 161. Which brings us to the Julie Curtis, No Place Like Home. And we start here at 150,000 pounds, at 150, 160, at 160,000, 170,000, at 180,000, 180 I have already with the absentee bid. Will you say 190? At 180, thank you, sir. 190,000 here in the room. At 190,000, I'm out. At 190,000, is that 200 online? No, it is 190. I have that in the room. Thank you very much. Still in the room at 190, and I can sell it at 190,000. Now it's 200 online. Yes, at 200 online. Want to try one more? You sure? At 200,000, I have the online bid. Thank you anyway, sir. At 200,000 pounds, and I can sell it at 200,000 pounds only, unless there's any advance from the rest of us here in the room or on the phones. Selling at 200. 200 sold. Thank you very much to the bidder who's joined us online. Congratulations, and that's paddle 2. Now we turn to Fernand Léger's Études pour les constructeurs. This is lot 106, painted in 1950, and this work has been in the same private collection for over 40 years. We will start here at £2,500,000, at £2,500,000, £2,600,000, at £2,600,000, £2,700,000, at £2,700,000, £2,800,000 now, at £2,800,000, £2,900,000 with Sam Valette, at £2,900,000, £2,900,000 now, Sam's bid. At £2,900,000 I have with Sam, and I can sell it at £2,900,000 only, unless there's any advance in the room, or indeed on the phones, at £2.9 million, and I can sell it. Are you all done? At £2,900,000. Sold. Thank you, Sam. 2.9. And do you have your number? Yeah, 123 is the number. Thank you very much. Which brings us to the wonderful late Picasso, lot 107, En les femmes au bouquet, 1970, which was included in the artist's famous exhibition held in Avignon in 1973. And we start here at £7 million. At £7 million, I have to start this at 7 million, 7,200,000, 7,200,000, 7,400,000, 400,000, 7,500,000, now at 7,500,000, 7,700,000, at 7,700,000 now.
7.9 being from Hong Kong.
7,900,000 with Nicholas, thank you very much, at £7,900,000 now in Hong Kong at 7.9 million. Nicholas Chow in Hong Kong at 7.9 million pounds now.
Please.
At 7.9 million. I have in Hong Kong, thank you Nicholas, at 7.9 million. Patty, 8 million, there you are, thank you very much Patty. Patty Wong at 8 million pounds now, and against you Nicholas. At 8 million pounds I have with Patty in Hong Kong at 8 million pounds at any advance, at 8 million pounds I have, and I can sell it at 8 million pounds unless there are any further bids in New York or Hong Kong, or indeed here in the Serum. I'm selling at 8 million pounds. Sold, thank you Patty, thank you very much both. 164, congratulations. 108 is the first of the works by Elizabeth Peyton, coming from the New York Charitable Family Trust, showing here on the easel. Thank you very much. And we start here at 400,000, at 400,000, 420, 450, 480,000, at 480,000 pounds now. At 480,000. At 550,000, thank you, Emma. At 550,000 pounds, thank you very much, Emma Baker. At 550,000, I have already for the Peyton at 550 with Emma. At 550,000 pounds, I can sell it to 550,000. Marina, you coming in? At 550,000, will you try 580? 580 I take, thank you, with Mackie at 580,000. Thank you, Mackie, at 580. Against you both now. At 580,000 pounds, 600,000 now. Marina's bid at 600,000 pounds. For the Peyton at 600,000 against you both, Emma and Mackie, at 600,000 pounds. We try 620 at 600,000 pounds. You want to try one more? Thank you, 620 at 620,000. At 620,000 against you, Marina. At 620,000, 650 I have. At 650,000, Marina's bid against you, Mackie and Emma. At 650,000, want to try one more? At 650,000, have to hurry you. It's still with Marina. Yes, at 650, not yours, Mackie. Not. Now you're back in. 700, Alex. 680 is fair enough. At 680,000. Thank you, Alex. At 680,000. With Alex Branchick against the three of you now. 700. Thank you. At 700,000, Marina's bid. At 700,000 pounds against you, Alex. Will you give me 750? At 700,000 pounds with Marina. At 700,000 pounds, Marina's bid. Alex, you coming back in? At 720. 720 it is. 720,000 against the three of you. Marina, you sure? Alex Branchick still at 720,000. Emma and Mackie, you done? I'm selling at 720,000. Sold, thank you very much. 121. The Nolde is next, lot 109. This is the Meer mit Abendhimmel und Segelboot. This is the wonderful, exquisite watercolor by Emil Nolde, showing here on the easel. Thank you. And we start here at 300,000, 300,000, 320,000, at 320,000, 350 now, at 350, 380,000, at 380,000 pounds now, at 380,000, at 380,000, 400,000. I took with Thomas by Bowman actually ahead. At 400,000. Bami, would you like to say 420? I have already 400,000 in the room. 420, thank you, Bami. At 420,000 against you now, Thomas. 450. At 450 in the room here, Sotheby's in Bond Street, on Thomas by Bowman's phone.
480.
At 480. Thank you, Bami. In New York, at 480,000 pounds, and against you, Thomas. At 480,000 pounds. 480,500. Thank you. At 500. 550, will you say? Will you say 550? 520?
520.
At 520, yes. I heard you. 520,000. Bami in New York. At 520, 550 I have now with Thomas by Bowman. At 550. We try again. At 550,000. Give me 580. 580, thank you. At 580,000 pounds. No? You sure? 580,000. Difficult to find another one like this. At £580,000 for the exquisite watercolour by Nolde. And any advance here in the room in London? Otherwise, I'm selling it. You sure? There we go, 600,000. I thought so. At £600,000 with Thomas. At £600,000.
20.
620. Thank you. At 620,000. Bame again. You sure? At you said that before. At £620,000 and selling at 620. Sold. Thank you very much, Bame. Thank you. 133 at 620. Congratulations. Lot 110 is the Degas jockey. Again, showing here on the easel. And we start here at 300,000, at 300,000, 320,000, 320,000, 350,000, at £350,000 now, at 350,000, at 350,000, 380. Thank you, Bernhard. At £380,000 is your bid. At £380,000, and I can sell it at 380,000 only, unless there's any advance. I have 380 with Bernhard Brandstätter, and I can sell it at 380,000. Sold. Thank you very much. 111. Congratulations. Which brings us to the early work by Monet, the exquisite pastel, Le Coucher de Soleil sur la Mer, showing up front. Thank you very much. And 500,000. I start here at £500,000. At 500,000, I have with the absentee bid at £500,000. 550 with Alex at 550,000. 550,000. 600,000. Hugo, thank you. At £600,000, and against you, Alex. At £600,000. At £600,000. 600, 650. I have several faces, but I heard Simon first. Thank you for all your bids. I took here now 700 now. At 700 with Hugo. At 700, 750. Simon Stock. At 750,000. Martin, you haven't come in yet. 800,000. Hugo. 850. Thank you very much. At £850,000 now, and against you both and against you, Martin. At 850,000 for the Monet. At 850,000. 875 is a New York bid, but I will take it at 875,000. Well, who was... Okay, fair enough. 875,000. Who will say 900,000? I have with Alex at 900,000. Alex Crystal at 900,000 against you, but 950 with Simon Stock at £950,000 with Simon Stock. Give me 975 if you like. There it is, 975. Thank you, Martin. At 975,000, and who will round it up to a £1 million at £975,000? I have at 975,000. Alex, Hugo. Are you sure? At £975,000. It's still with Martin. And any advance? Otherwise, I'm selling it for 975. Sold. Congratulations, Martin. Thank you very much. 163. Thank you. Now we move on to lot 113, the Joseph Albers study for Homage to the Square. Shade, and we start here. Thank you for showing it here on the easel at £300,000. At 300,000, 320. At 320,000, 350,000. At 350,000, 380,000 now. At 380,000. At £380,000 now. At Claudia, thank you, 400,000. Thank you very much. 400,000. 400,000. I have with Claudia 400,000. Claudia's bid at 400,000. I took ahead with the online bid. At £400,000, it's still with Claudia, not online. At £400,000. Emma, do you want to come in? Otherwise, I shall sell it on Claudia's phone, not online, not yours, Emma. At £400,000. 420 now online, just in time. Thank you very much. At 420,000 is the online bid. Claudia, will you say 450? At 420,000, 450 it is. Thank you. Claudia Dweck. At 450,000, 480 online. 480 online. Against you both, Claudia and Emma, for the Albers. Give me 500. At 480,000, I have with the online bid. Will you say 500? Emma, I got it ahead with Claudia Dweck, £500,000. Thank you. And against you online now at £500,000. Claudia's bid at 500,000, 550 online. Thank you. 550,000 online. And any advance here in the room at £550,000 I have online. At 550,000, Emma, Claudia, Try one more. Otherwise, I shall sell it to the online bidder. Haven't come in yet, Emma. It's your last chance at 550,000. Otherwise, I'm selling it online at 550. Thank you very much. Sold. Congratulations. Thank you for your bid. And that's paddle. Yeah. Thank you. And now, lot 114, we turn to a wonderfully visceral work by Twombly from his Roman period, inspired by the classical legacy of ancient Rome and the myths of the gods. The Twombly, and we will start the bidding here at £4 million here to start this lot of £4 million. At 4 million, 4.2 million. At 4.2 million, 4 million 5. At 4,500,000. At £4,500,000 now. At 4,500,000. At 4,500,000. At £4,500,000 now. 4,800,000. At 4,800,000, will you say 5 million? At £4,800,000, give me 5. At £4,800,000. 4,900,000, thank you, with Claudia at £4,900,000. At £4,900,000, give me 5. At £4,900,000 with Claudia Dweck, thank you very much. At £4,900,000, give me 5 now, Alina. 4,900,000. At 4,900,000, it's against you, and I can sell it at 4,900,000, unless you want to go. There you go, at £5 million. Alina's bid at £5 million against you, Claudia. At £5 million, I have with Alina, Davy at £5 million. At £5 million, would you like to bid, Lisa? At £5 million, I have with Alina, and I can sell it at £5 million only for this magnificent Twombly. At £5 million.
5-5.
5-5. There you are. Thank you, Lisa. Lovely to see you. Lisa Dennison in New York at £5 million. Looking wonderfully summery at £5,500,000. Thank you, Lisa. And against you, Alina and Claudia. At £5,500,000 with Lisa Dennison, our chairman in Americas, at £5,500,000 for the Twombly. Alina and Claudia, I shall sell it at £5,500,000. 5,600,000 I can take, thank you. 5.6 against you, Lisa. Will you give me 5.8? 5,600,000.
5-7, please.
5.7 is okay, thank you very much. 5.7. At 5,700,000, still with Lisa Dennison. At 5,700,000. 5,750 with Alina, try 5.8. At 5,750. 5.8, thank you. At 5,800,000 and with Lisa Dennison at £5,800,000 for the Twombly. 5,850,000, thank you. 5,850,000. 5,850,000.
6 million.
6 million, all the better. Let's jump straight there. Thanks, Lisa. At £6 million. And what do you say, Alina? I have 6 million now. No, I tried to get 6.1, at least. £6 million I have with Lisa Dennison in America. And thank you for joining us at £6 million. 6.1, much better. With Alina Davy now at 6,100,000. And what do you say, Lisa? At 6,100,000 with Lisa Dennison now. With Alina, excuse me, at 6 million one. Will you say 6.2?
6.5.
6.5, much better. That's a very, very handsome bid. Thank you very much. At £6.5 million. That's how we like to see it. At 6,500,000, Lisa Dennison. Your bid still. And Alina. You want to try one more? Otherwise, I'm selling it at 6.6. At 6.6. You out? It looks like you're out. And you've hung up. And then we will sell it on Alina's phone. Thank you all the same, Lisa. At £6.6 million. Sold. Thank you, Alina. And thank you, Lisa, for your bids. 167. Congratulations. Which brings us to lot 115, which is the Kusama, the wonderful infinity nets, property from the New York Charitable Family Trust. And we start here already at £1 million already. Already at £1 million, £1 million, £1,100,000, £1,100,000. I have already 1,100,000, 1,200,000 with Simon Shaw. 1,200,000. Thank you, Simon. I see you there. Thank you. 1,200,000 with Simon Shaw. 1,200,000. I have already for the Kusama. 1,200,000 pounds. 1,300,000. Hayley, thank you. 1,300,000 against you now, Simon. 1,300,000 for the Kusama. 1,300,000. 1,400,000. Simon Shaw again. 1,400,000. Simon Shaw's bid in New York at 1,400,000. 1,500,000 back with Hayley in London at 1,500,000 now. 1,600,000. Thank you, Simon, at 1,600,000. And against you, Hayley, give me 1,700,000. At 1,600,000 we have now with Simon at 1,600,000.
1,800,000.
1,800,000. Thank you, Michael. Michael McCauley in New York. Thank you very much. At 1,800,000. It's Michael's bid now. At 1,800,000. Against you both, Simon and Hayley, at 1,800,000. And I can sell it at 1,800,000 unless you're coming back in. Hayley, Simon, at 1,800,000. Are you all done? Are you sure? At 1,800,000. Sold. Thank you very much, Michael. Congratulations. 165. Thank you. And now we come, ladies and gentlemen, to lot 116, the star lot of our sale, Wassily Kandinsky's Tension Calmée, which you can see on the wall to my right. One of the finest works by Kandinsky to appear on the market for years. This represents the pinnacle of his artistic achievement. It has been in the same private hands for over 50 years and was last sold in these very rooms at Sotheby's in London in 1964 when it was deaccessioned by the Guggenheim. So here we are with the Kandinsky, and I will start at £16 million here, at £16 million now, at £16 million, at £16,500,000, at £16,500,000, at £16,500,000, 70 million now, at £17 million now, at £17 million, £17,500,000, at £17,500,000 pounds, at £17,500,000, 18 million with Sam Valette, thank you, at £18 million pounds now,
bidding.
at 18 million, ahead of you, Brooke.
Bidding.
At
18,100,000.
18,100,000 from Thomas by Bowman at 18,100,000. At 18,100,000, Brooke, you're coming
18,200,000.
in? 18,200,000 with Brooke. I got your bid there, thank you. Brooke Lampley, thank you, at 18,200,000 from New York. Thank you very much, at 18,200,000 pounds. At 18,200,000 against you, Thomas. Give me one more. At 18,200,000. At 18,200,000, try one more. At 18,200,000, I'll wait. It's worth waiting for, I'm sure, at 18,200,000. 18,300,000 is what we needed. 18,300,000, thank you. And Brooke, I have 18,300,000. Give me one more. At 18,300,000 here in London with Thomas Boy Bowman. At 18,300,000, try 18,400,000. At 18,300,000, I have with Thomas, not your Sam, at 18,300,000. And you want to come in? At 18,300,000. At 18,300,000, I have with Thomas. It's not yours, Tanya, or yours, Brooke, at the moment, unless you come back in. I have 18,300,000. Thomas's bid. And Brooke, otherwise I will bring the hammer down. Fair warning. I can sell it at 18,300,000, unless either of you want to come back in. Brooke? You look like you might be about to bid. I have 18,300,000. Do you want to come back in? Thomas Boy Bowman at 18,300,000. And Tanya, time is running short. Hammer is up at 18,300,000. You want to try one bid? At 18,300,000. And it's not yours, Brooke. It's not yours, Tanya. Bid is still with Thomas Boy Bowman here, ahead of evening sale here in London, and I can sell it at 18,300,000. Just show me a sign, whether it's a yes or a no. Brooke and Tanya, otherwise I'm selling at 18,300,000 pounds. Sold. Congratulations, Thomas. Thank you very much. 18,300,000 pounds. Thank you very much. Number 220. Lot 117 is the Jean Dubuffet, the first of the works by Dubuffet, the Site au ciel bleu avec personnage. And we start here at £700,000. That's 700,000, 750, 800,000 pounds now, 850,000, 900,000. Thank you, Alex. At 900,000 with Alex Branchick at 900,000 pounds. Alex's bit at 900,000 pounds. 950. Ben. Hello, Ben Dollar in New York at 950,000 in New York with Ben Dollar at 950,000 at 950,000 with Ben in New York. And not yours, Alex. I can sell it at 950,000. Unless there's any further advance at 950. Sold. Congratulations, Ben. 138 is the number. Thank you very much. Lot 118, the second work by Jean Dubuffet, the Pommette Rouge, property for an important private European collection. And we start here at 750,000, at 750,000, at 750,000, 800,000, at 800,000 pounds now, at 800,000 pounds, at 800,000 pounds now, at 800,000 pounds for the Dubuffet, at 800,000 pounds. At 800,000 pounds I have for the Dubuffet, at 800,000 pounds now, at 800,000, 820, at 820,000 now, at 820,000, at 820,000 pounds now, at 820,000. Are you coming in at 820,000 for the Dubuffet? Are you coming in, Greg? At 820,000 pounds for the beautiful work by Dubuffet. At 820,000, 820,000 I have now. It's wonderful work by Jean Dubuffet. We're all enjoying the amazing show at the Barbican right now. Are you sure? At 820,000, all done at 820. Pass. Lot 119 is withdrawn, so we go straight to lot 120, which is the Fontana, Concetto Spaziale, and we start here at 800,000 pounds. Thank you, at 800,000, at 800,000, 850,000, at 850,000 now, at 850,000 pounds now, at 850, 900,000, at 900,000, at 900,000. Will you say a million? At 900,000 I have already, at 900,000, at 900,000, at 900,000, 1 million with Claudia, thank you, at 1 million. Claudia Dweck at £1 million. The Italian bidding on the Italian at £1 million. Thank you, Claudia, for the beautiful red Fontana. And Tanya, do you want to come in? At £1 million I have for the Fontana. I shall sell it on Claudia's phone, unless you want to make one bid, at £1 million. One more time, selling at 1 million. Sold. Thank you very much, Claudia. And the number is? Your number is? Claudia, your paddle number? There we are, 198. Thank you. Now the Warhol, lot 121. Warhol's front and back dollar bills, executed in 1962. This is one of the very finest works through which Warhol mastered his career-defining and trademark artistic method of silkscreen painting. And we will start here at £5 million already. 5 million I have already at £5 million. At 5 million, 5 million 200,000, at 5 million 200,000, at 5 million 500,000 now. 5 million 700,000 with Alex at 5 million 700,000. Alex Branchick at 5 million 7. 6 million.
5 million 750, please.
5 million 750, okay. Lisa's, yeah, we'll take it. Thank you, Lisa. 5 million 750, but it's not yours now, Alex. I took it from Lisa Dennison. 5 million 750,000 pounds, and not yours, Alex. Lisa Dennison's bid, and I can sell it at 5 million 750,000 pounds, unless you want to go one more. I have 5 million 750. Want to try 5.8? I have it in New York. You sure, Alex? Or are you calculating? Because we have 5,750, and I'll take 5.8. I have it with Lisa Dennison. Want to try one more? 2 phones now. At 5,750,000 pounds for the Warhol. Hold it there, Lisa, while we reconnect at 5,750,000. Lisa Dennison's bid in New York for the amazing Warhol dollar bills. And let's see if Alex has one more bid to give us. Otherwise, we're bringing the hammer down at 5,750,000. No? Sold. Thank you very much, Lisa. Congratulations. 206. Thank you. which brings us to the Jeff Koons, sold as viewed, the two-ball 50-50 tank. And we start here at £1.8 million, 1,800,000, 1,800,000, £2 million now, at £2 million now, at £2 million, 2,200,000, at £2,200,000
please.
at £2,200,000
0.3, please.
2.3, and that is coming from there you are, David, thank you. Hi, at £2.3 million. David Schrader, our head of private sales in New York, thank you very much. 2,300,000, thank you, from David Schrader at 2,300,000. Any advance on the Jeff Koons at 2,300,000. I shall sell it. David's bid at 2,300,000. Sold, congratulations, 133, thank you. And now we come to lot 123, Laugh Now, the Banksy, and it made its debut at Banksy's legendary exhibition, Barely Legal, in 2006. And please note, we will be accepting cryptocurrency as a payment for this lot. So we start here at £1,500,000, at 1,500,000, at 1,500,000, 1,600,000 now, 1,600,000, 1,700,000, at 1,700,000, 1,800,000 pounds now, at 1,800,000, at 1,800,000, 1,900,000, at 1,900,000, at 1,900,000 pounds, 1,900,000, at 1,900,000 pounds now, for the Banksy at 1.9 million, at 1,900,000, and any advance at 1.9 million. Are you all done at 1,900,000? 2 million, just in time, Emma, at £2 million, yes? Yep, is your bid at £2 million? Yes?
That's something in the book.
Indeed, at £2 million, thank you very much. At £2 million. Well, just in time, Emma, thank you very much. At £2 million. Indeed, and I will take it then at £2 million with the absentee bidder at 2 million. Thank you, number 37. Thank you very much. Sold. Which brings us to lot 124, the Warhol, gold Marilyns, and we will start here at £4 million to start this lot for the 9 gold Marilyns, at £4 million, at 4,200,000, at 4,500,000, at 4,500,000, 4,800,000 now, at 4,800,000, £5 million now, at £5 million. 5, thank you, Alex, at £5,500,000, at £5,500,000. Alex's bid at £5,500,000, and I can sell it at £5.5 million now. Alex's bid and selling, fair warning, at £5.5 million. Sold. Thank you, Alex.
Okay.
And the number is 185. Thank you very much. And now, lot 125 is the spectacular work by Mark Bradford, section 8, showing on the screens. And we start here at 1,200,000, 1,200,000, 1,300,000, 1,400,000, at 1,400,000, 1,500,000, at 1,500,000, 1,600,000 now, at 1,600,000. 1,650,000, thank you, Isabella. 1,650,000. 1,007,000, thank you, Amy. At 1,700,000, Amy's bid, not yours, Isabel, at £1,700,000 with Amy, and I can sell it at 1,700,000 only. Are you all done? And selling at £1,700,000. Sold. Congratulations, Amy. Thank you very much.
It is panel number 2 being discovered.
Ah, okay. Well, we know where to find you, Emmy.
Find me.
Thank you. Lot 126 is the Albert Oehlen, Vergessen und Reden. And we can start here at 450,000, 480, 500,000, 550, at £550,000, at £550,000 now, at £550,000 now, for the Oehlen at £550,000, 580 now, at 580,000, at 580,000. Are you coming in? At 580,000. Are you coming in at £580,000 now? At £580,000 for the Albert Oehlen at 580,000. David, do you want to bid? At £580,000 for the Oehlen at 580,000. Pass. And now we move to the first of the 5 fresh to the market works by Degas, Odeon, Redon, and Renoir, which form part of an esteemed private collection. And we will start with this exquisite work on pastel by Odilon Redon, showing here on the easel. Thank you for bringing it out for us here in London, the Profil Bleu. And we will start the bidding here at 400,000, at 400,000 only, at 400,000, 420, 450, at 450,000 pounds now, at 450,000, 480,000, at 480 now, at 480,000, 500, at 500,000 pounds now, at 500,000 pounds, 550. You want to say 650, we can go straight to 650. Thank you, Fergus, at 650,000. Fergus's bid at 650,000 pounds.
700.
700, I took with Tanya, yes? No, we'll take it from Ben Dollar. 700.
No.
750, Hugo. 750,000 with Hugo. Not yours, Ben. Not yours yet, Tanya. 800,000. Tanya's bid at 800,000 pounds. At 800,000 against you, Ben. You want to try one more? At 800,000. 850. Thank you, Thomas. At 850,000 pounds. At 850,000. In several faces. 900. I took a head with Hugo. At 900,000 pounds. Hugo's bid at 900,000. 950, thank you, Tanya, at 950. Not yours, Hugo's, not yours, Ben, or indeed Thomas. Several bidders here, all in London at the moment, with Ben in New York at 950,000. At 1 million pounds. Hugo Cobb at 1 million pounds for the very, very rare Redon pastel at 1 million pounds. 1,050,000, thank you, Tana. Very, very exceptional work at 1,050,000 pounds. And against you, Hugo, at 1,050,000 pounds, try 1-1. At 1,050,000. 1-1, thank you, Ben. Ben Dollar with 1.1 million, yes? At 1.1 million against you both. 1,150,000, Tanya Ramundus, at 1,150,000 pounds. Against you, Hugo. Against you, Ben. Tanya bid at 1,150,000, not yours. You want to try one more, and I will sell it at 1,150,000 pounds. All done, also in the room, at 1,150,000. Sold. Thank you. Congratulations. 173. Thank you, Tanya. The second of the works is lot 128, the beautiful Degas Pastel Femme à sa toilette. Thank you. Showing here. And we will start here at 850,000, 850,000, 900,000, at 900,000, 950,000.
1 million.
1 million with Sam, Valette, at 1 million pounds. Now, 1 million I have already, Grégoire, at 1 million. Will you say 1-1?
1
million. 1 million, 1-1, thank you. Yes, your bid, Greg, at 1,100,000. Grégoire Biot in New York at 1,100,000. Not your Sam, at 1,100,000.
1,000,002, please.
1,150,000 with Tanya. 1,150,000 with Tanya. Thank you, Patty Wong. 1,200,000 in Hong Kong. Thank you very much. 1,200,000. 1,300,000, Craig, in New York. 1,300,000. 1,350,000 with Tanya. No, we're already now at 1,300,000. 1,400,000 going ahead of you. 1,400,000 with Patty. We already have 1,400,000. Patty's bid in Hong Kong. And against you, Greg, 1,400,000. You give me 1,500,000. I have 1,400,000 with Patty. Try one more. Not yours, Tanya. At 1,400,000. Still with Patty. 1,450,000 it is with Tanya. 1,450,000. Patty, give me 1,500,000. At 1,450,000.
1,500,000, please.
Thank you. At 1,500,000 now with Patty. Against you, Tanya. Try 50 again. 1,500,000. There it is. 1,550,000. Looking for 1,600,000. 1,550,000. You try one more.
1,600,000, please.
Thank you, Patty. At 1,600,000 for the beautiful Degas. At 1,600,000, Tanya. And still with Patty, not yours, Greg, either. At 1,600,000 pounds. Any advance? Greg, you done? At 1,600,000. Sold. Thank you, Patty. Thank you very much. Number 164. Thank you. And now we come to the first of the two oils by Renoir, La Bohémienne. This is number 129. And we start here at 600, at 600,000 pounds, at 600, 620, at 620,000, 650 now, at 650,000, 680, 700, thank you, Thomas, 700,000 pounds now I have for the Renoir, at 700,000 pounds, and I can sell it at 700,000, 750, thank you, Greg, yes, thank you very much, your bid at 750,000, at 750,000 pounds, Greg's bid at 750,000, you out, Thomas, you sure? Still with Greg at 750,000 and any advance online or indeed in the rooms, otherwise I shall sell it at 750 only. Thank you, Greg. Yours, 159. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Lot 130 is the Degas, Le Bain, the beautiful pastel over monotype from the same collection. And we start here at £1 million, at £1 million, 1,100,000, at 1,100,000, at 1,100,000 now, at 1,100,000 now, at 1,100,000, at 1,100,000, 1,200,000 online, at 1,200,000 online, 1,300,000 now, at 1,300,000, 1,400,000 with Alina. I can take 1,300,000, okay? We can go to 1,300,000 at 1,300,000 with Alina. At 1,300,000. At 1,300,000, Alina's bid. At 1,300,000, Patty. 1,500,000, yes? Patty?
1,400,000.
1,400,000 is good as well.
1,400,000.
Yes, thank you very much. 1,400,000. At 1,400,000. Patty's bid, 1,500,000 I have already now with Ferguson, 1,500,000. Against you, Alina, and against you, Patty, 1,500,000. Not yours online either. At 1,500,000. 1,600,000, thank you, Patty. At 1,600,000, Fergus, 1,600,000. It's Patty's bid. 1,700,000, thank you, at 1,700,000. With Fergus now, at 1,700,000. Patty,
1,800,000.
1,800,000 it is. Thank you, Patty. 1,800,000. I can see you. Thank you. 1,900,000 with Fergus. Duff at 1,900,000 and give me £2 million for this rare pastel over monotype. I have 1,900,000 with Fergus. Will you say 2, Patty? At 1,000,000.
1,950,000, please.
Yeah, 1,950,000. Yes, yeah. Now we ask for 2 million from Fergus. 1,950,000. 1,950,000.
Get 2.
2 million I have now at £2 million. £2 million now. Fergus's bid at £2 million, not yours, Patty. We try one more at 2 million,
please. 2,200,000.
2,200,000, even better. Thank you. At 2,200,000. Thank you, Patty. At 2,200,000. Let's see if it knocks him out. It does at 2,200,000. Thank you, Patty. And selling then in Asia at £2,200,000. Sold. Thank you very much. Congratulations. That's 164. Thank you, Patty. And now we come to the Renoir Femme à la Rose. Last of the works. And we will start the bidding here at 750,000, 800,000, 850,000 now at £850,000 I have already. At 850,000. At 850,000, £900,000 with Julian. Thank you, Julian. At £900,000. At £900,000 is Julian's bid. At £900,000, Julian Dawes in New York at £900,000, and I can sell it at £900,000 only, unless there's any advance in the room. I'm selling at £900,000. Sold. Thank you, Julian. 900,000, 104. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a very short break before resuming straight after with the remainder of the sale. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our sale of modern and contemporary art. And we will go straight on with lot 132, the Wangechi Mutu, a shady promise. And we start the bidding here at £80,000, at 80,000, 90,000, and 90,000, 100,000, and 100,000 pounds, at 100,000, 110,000 pounds, at 110, 120, thank you. Grégoire Biot, thank you, at 120,000, thank you. I see you now and hear you also now, at 120,000 pounds, thank you. With Grégoire, and I can sell it at 120,000 pounds. Your bid, and I can sell it at 120,000 only, unless there's any advance here in the room or on the other phones at 120. Sold, thank you. Yours, Greg, at 215. Thank you very much. Brings us to lot 133, the Maria Lasnik. And we start here at 250,000, 250, 280,000, 300,000 now, at 300,000 pounds, at 300,000, 320 now, at 320, 350, thank you, James Sevier, at 350,000 pounds, 380 with Tom Edison, at 380,000 pounds, Tom's bid, at 380,000, and against you, James, at 380,000, I have with Tom, it's not your bid, at 380,000 pounds, will you give me 400? At 380,000, Tom's bid, I can sell it at 380,000 is not yours, and selling then, fair warning, are you all done at 380? Sold, thank you, 174. Thank you, Tom. Which brings us to lot 135, which is showing here on the easel, the Pablo Picasso. And we will start the bidding here at £1.8 million, at 1,800,000, £2 million now, at £2 million now, at £2 million, £2,200,000, at £2,200,000, at £2,200,000, at £2,200,000, £2,400,000, at £2,400,000 now, at £2,400,000 now, at £2,400,000, at £2,600,000 with Bernhard. Bernhard's bid at £2,600,000 now for the Picasso, at £2,600,000, and I can sell it at £2,600,000. 2,650,000, I can still take it. 2,650,000. Will you give me 2.7? At 2,650,000 with Simon Stock. At 2.7 now. At 2.7. At 2,700,000. Thank you, Bernhard. At 2,750,000. At 2,750,000 with Simon Stock. At 2,750,000. Give me 2.8. At 2,750,000 with Simon Stock. Try 2.8.
9.
You want to jump to 2.9? 2.9 it is, thank you. At £2,900,000 now, with Bernhard at £2,900,000. And against you, Simon. You try one more. I have £2,900,000. I'll take 50 at £2,900,000 with Bernhard. Otherwise, I shall sell it at £2.9 million. Are you out? And selling at 2,900,000. Sold, thank you very much. 200 is the paddle. Lot 136 is the Murakami, and we start the bidding here at 280,000, 290, 300,000, at 300,000 pounds now. At 300,000 pounds now. At 320,000, thank you. Right. At 320,000 pounds I have. It's your bid at 320,000 pounds. At 320,000, I can sell it at 320,000. This is any advance here in the room, or on the other phones at 320,000 pounds. Sold.
221.
Congratulations, thank you very much. 221 is the number, thank you. Which brings us to lot 137, which is Os Pares, the Beatriz Milhazes, which has remained in the same collection for 20 years. The monumental work, and we will start the bidding here at £380,000. At 380, 390, 400,000 now. At 400,000, 420, 450. Better still at £450,000. Alex Branchik at £450,000 for the Milhazes. At £450,000, and I can sell it at £450,000. Unless there's any advance and selling. Alex's bid at £450,000. Sold. Thank you, Alex. 185. Thank you. And now we come on to 138, thank you very much, which is the exquisite luminous work by Elizabeth Payton, Sarah, from 1966. And we will start here at 160,000. 160,000 pounds here. 160,000. 170. 170 now. At 170. 180. 180. Thank you very much. 190,000. What? 200,000 with Mackie at 200,000 against you, Amy. At 200,000. 220 now. At 220,000. At 220,000, Amy's bid. And not yours, Mackie. At 220,000 pounds. 240. Thank you. At 240,000. At 240,000. 260 it is. Thank you. At 260,000. Amy's bid. At 260,000. Will you say 280? At 260,000 pounds for the Peyton. Still with Amy. Give me 280. At 260,000 pounds. You want to try one more? At 260,000. Otherwise, I can sell it. Alex, you're coming in at 280. You read it. Thank you. Alex Frederick at 280. Looking now for 300 at 280. 290? 290 is good as well at 290,000. Now 300, Alex. 300 it is. Thank you. At 300,000 pounds. Alex's bid against you, Amy. Against you, Mackie. At 300,000 pounds of the exquisite Peyton. 310. Thank you. At 310. 320 straight away. Alex, did you say 320? I had 310 with Amy already. No? Amy's bid at 310. You sort it out amongst yourselves. 320. Thank you. 320,000. At 320, Alex's bid now. At 320, Mackie, you done? At 320 now with Alex, and not yours, Amy. At 320,000. Want to try one more? I'll take 10. At 320. It's your bid, Alex.
325 for me.
I will take that, Amy. It's your last sale. I'll take it at 325,000.
I know exactly.
At 325,000. And it's up to you to round it up, Alex. Yes, that's better. 330. That's what we need. Nice round numbers at 330,000 pounds. Amy? Alex's bid at 330,000 pounds. Will you go one more? Otherwise, I shall bring the hammer down. Fair warning, Amy, at 330. Sold, thank you both. And congratulations, Alex, 147. Which brings us to Pierre Bonnard's beautiful painting, lot 139, showing here on the easel, Le Corsage Rayé. Beautiful oil here, and we start the bidding here at 1.2 million pounds, at 1.2 million, 1,300,000, at 1,300,000, 1,400,000, at 1,400,000, 1,500,000 now, at 1,500,000 pounds now, at 1,500,000 pounds, at 1,500,000 pounds, and any advance here, at 1,500,000 pounds, all done at 1,500,000. Pass. And now we move on to the Cézanne, lot 140, the Maison Parmi les Arbres. Thank you for bringing it out here on the easel, property from a distinguished private collection. And we start here at 400,000 pounds, at 400,000, 420, at 420,000, at 420, 450 now, 450,000, at 500,000. Bernhard at 500,000 pounds now, at 500,000 pounds now. At 500,000 pounds is Bernhard's bid. 550 with Alex at 550,000. Alex's bid at 550,000. 600,000 now. 600,000 pounds already with Bernhard's bid at 600,000. 650. Thank you, Tom. At 650,000 pounds. Not yours. 700. Thank you. At 700,000. Still with Bernhard at 700,000. Against you both, Alex and Tom. 700,000 pounds. I have with Bernhard at 700,000 pounds. Scott, are you coming in? At 700,000 pounds. I have Bernhard's bid. 750 with Tom. Ahead of you all at 750,000 pounds. Tom Edison is ahead at 750,000. Not yours, Bernhard. Alex, you coming in. Scott at 750,000. In New York, would you like to bid? At 750,000. Would you like to come in, Scott? I have 750 here in London.
160,000.
No, can you try to get 780? Try to get 780. We're already at 750. We already have 750. And Alex? 750,000, try to get me 780, or I'll take an American style bid at 775 if you prefer. At 780, but I'm there already, Scott. I have 780 with Alex. I have 780. I'm looking for 800. At 780,000 pounds, Tom. Try 800. Alex's bid at 780,000. Not yours, Bernhard. Tom at 780. And Scott, you want to try 800? At 780,000. Tom, try one more. This beautiful work by Cézanne, beautiful oil, showing here on the easel, Parmi les arbres, at £780,000 for an oil by Cézanne, showing here and selling then on Alex's bid, not your 800, just in time. Thank you, Scott. Nichelle, thank you. £800,000 in New York, just in time, at £800,000. £800,000 it is with Scott. Alex, what do you say? Want to try one more? £800,000. 820 now. With Alex Crystal at £820,000. At £820,000, Scott, do you want to try one more? £820,000 I have with Alex. Are you sure? No? I will sell it then. Fair warning on Alex's phone at £820,000. Sold. Thank you very much. 129. Thank you all. Which brings us to lot 142, which is the Michelangelo Pistoletto photograph, monumental painting from 1980. And we start here at 170,000, 170,000, 180,000 pounds now, 180,000 pounds.
200, please.
200,000, Martin Klosterfelder at 200,000 pounds. Thank you. Your bid at 200,000 pounds already. Straight there at 200,000 pounds for the Pistoletto at 200,000 pounds, and I can sell it. Unless there's any advance here up front in the room at 200,000 pounds for the Pistoletto. Otherwise, selling now at 200,000 pounds. Sold. Thank you, Martin. 125. Well, thank you. And 143 is the work by Donald Judd from 1991. And we start here at 320,000, at 320,000, 350,000 now, at 350,000, 380,000, at 400,000. Isabel Parkman at 400,000 pounds here in London. Thank you. At 400,000 pounds we have now for the Donald Judd. Thank you, Isabel. At 400,000 pounds, and I can sell it at 400,000 pounds only, unless there's any advance, at 400,000 pounds. Are you all done? For the Donald Judd at 400,000. Sold. Thank you, Isabel. Congratulations. 183. And now we move on to lot 144, which is the Rudolf Stingel. One of the early instructions paintings from 1993. It's never been before at auction, a monumental work with a standout exhibition history, having been included in the artist's 2007 solo exhibition at the Museum of Contemporary Art in Chicago and the Whitney in New York. And so here, the Rudolf Stingel, and we start the bidding here at £400,000, at 400,000, 420, 450, at 450, 480,000 pounds with Mackie. Thank you. At 480,000 pounds for the Stingel. At 480,000 pounds, it's Mackie's bid. At 480,000 pounds now. At 480,000 pounds, and any advance of 480,000. Alex, do you want to bid? I have already 480 with Mackie. At 500,000. Thank you, Martin. At 500,000 pounds. It's your bid, not yours now, Mackie. At 500,000 pounds.
520, please, Helena.
520. Thank you, Alex. At 520. Would you say 550, Martin? I have 520 now. Alex Branchik's bid at 520,000.
540.
540 is still okay. Thank you. At 540. Thank you, Martin. At 540,000. Give me 60. At 540,000 pounds. Martin's bid. 540,000. Alex, you go one more. 540,000 for the Stingel. Try one more at 540,000 pounds. We have with Martin Klosterfelder at 540 and selling then, fair warning, at 540. Sold. Thank you very much. 181. Thank you. Lots 146 and 147 are lots 145 and 146 are withdrawn, which brings us to 147, which is the Tauber Auerbach. And we will start here at £400,000. So 400,000 now, at 400,000, 420, at 420,000, 450,000, at 450,000, 480,000 pounds now, at 480,000 pounds now, at 480, 500,000 pounds now, thank you, at 500,000 pounds with Nicole Schloss in New York, thank you very much, at 500,000 pounds, I see you there, thank you, thank you. Brad, are you at 550? I have notes down at £550,000 with Brad now. Against you, Nicole. At 550,000, it's Brad's bid, thank you. At 550,000, it's not yours, Nicole. At 550,000 pounds, and I can sell it on Brad's bid, unless there's any further advance, or you're coming back in, Nicole. I have 550, will you give me 600? At 550,000 with Brad. At 550,000 pounds, will you say 600? I have 550 with Brad. It's right there next to you. Do you want to try one more? You sure? Then selling with Brad. Thank you both. Anyway, at 550. Sold. Congratulations, Brad. Thank you. 187. And now we come to lot 148, which is the Adriano Varejão Macao wall, the 25, part of the Brazilian artist Seas and Tiles series, examples of which are held in international collections, such as in the Tate in London. And we start here at 300,000, at 300,000 pounds, now at 300, 320, at 320,000, 350,000, 380,000 now, at 380, 400,000, thank you, at 400,000 pounds with Adriana, at 400,000 pounds. Adriana's bid, one Adriana to another Adriana, at 400,000 pounds is with Adriana here in London, at 400,000 pounds, and I can sell it at 400,000 pounds, unless there's any advance. Julian, do you want to bid? At 400,000 pounds. Selling then Adriana's bid here in London at 400. Congratulations, sold. Thank you very much. 162. Thank you. Lot 149 is the beautiful work by Chagall in Marguerite, showing here on the easel. Thank you, the oil. And we will start here at 450, at 450,000, 500,000, at 500,000, 550,000 now.
600, please.
600,000, Martin's bid, thank you, at 600,000 pounds now. At 600,000 pounds now. At 600,000 pounds with Martin, against you in Asia and in New York, at 600,000 pounds now. At 600,000 pounds, 650,000 with Yoni in Hong Kong. Thank you very much, Yoni. At 650,000 pounds. Yoni's bid in Hong Kong. Thank you very much. At 650, not yours, Martin. Yoni's bid, and I can sell it unless there's any advance coming in from New York or elsewhere at 650,000. Sold, Yoni. Thank you very much. Congratulations. 168. Lot 150 is the Bugatti bronze, the Petit Léopard Marchand, showing here up front at the easel. And we will start here already, some interest. We start here at 180, at 180, 190,000, 190,000, 200,000 I have already. At 200,000 I have already. At 200,000 with the absentee
220.
bidder. 220 at 220,000. Ben, thank you. At 250,000. At 250,000 now. Against you at 250,000. 280 with Ben. At 280,000. Ben Dollar. 300 with Mark at 300,000 pounds. Thank you. Mark Baltimore at 300,000 pounds. 320 with Ben. At 320,000. Thank you. 350. Mark again at 350,000. Will you give me 380, Ben? At 350,000, are you sure? Still with Mark. At 350,000 pounds. It's not yours, Tom. Mark's bid at 350,000. Any advance for the Bugatti? At 350,000 pounds. You're all done. At 300, do you want to come in? At 350,000, otherwise I can sell it on Mark Baltimore's bid at 350,000. Fair warning, and selling at 350. Sold. Thank you very much, Mark. 142. Congratulations. And lot 151 is the René Magritte, Le Civilisateur, showing here on the easel. And we will start here at 750,000. At 750,000. At 750,000, I have already at 750,000. At 750,000 pounds, I have already to start this lot. At 750,000, 760. At 760, 800. Thank you, Julian. At 800,000 pounds. At 800,000 pounds, Julian's bid. At 800,000, I can sell it at 800,000 pounds. It's Julian's bid, and selling at 800,000 pounds only for the Magritte. Unless there's any advance here in the room, at 800,000 pounds only for the Magritte. Otherwise, I shall sell it on Julian's phone at 800,000 pounds. Sold. Thank you, Julian. And the number is 128. Lot 152 is the Warhol, the Campbell's Soup series. and property from the New York Charitable Trust. And we can start here already at 250,000, 250, 280, 300,000, at 300,000, at 320, at 350,000 with Alex, at 350,000 pounds, 380, thank you, at 380,000 pounds now, at 380,000 and against you, Alex, at 380,000, at 380,000 now, at 380,000, are you going one further? 400 I have online. Exactly, I saw it, at 400,000 pounds, thank you online, 420,000 ahead of you. I took it here in London. No, I took 420 in London. Will you say 450, Yoni? At 420,000, at 420,000, Yoni, it's against you. 450, thank you very much. Thank you, at 450,000 pounds in Hong Kong, against you online. And not here on the phones here in London, at 450,000 pounds in Asia now for the Warhol, at 450,000 pounds, not yours. And would you like to come back in online? I have 450,000 pounds and I shall sell it in Asia at 450,000 pounds. Thank you very much, Yoni. Just in time, Hugo, new bidder, 480,000. At 480,000, against you now, Yoni. Give me 500 if you can, please. I have 480,000 pounds here with Hugo Cobb in London. 500 it is. Thank you very much, Yoni. At 500,000 pounds now. At 500,000 pounds, 550. Thank you, Hugo. At 550. Will you go one more? I have 550. Try 600. At 550,000 pounds for the Warhol soup cans with Hugo here. 600, thank you very much. 600. 650, thank you. Hugo's bid. 650,000 pounds. And against you in Asia at 650,000, looking for 700 at 650,000 pounds. Give me 700 at 650,000 pounds. Against you, Yoni. Try one more. I have the bid here in London, in Bond Street. Are you out? I'm selling then Hugo Cobb's bid at 600 and...
can we try 680,000?
680, thank you very much. At 680,000 I take, yes. At 680,000 pounds, 700 still against you though. Once again, here's the bid, Hugo Cobb in London at 700,000 pounds. Try one more, Yoni. You sure this time? And selling then, fair warning to us all at 700,000. Sold, thank you, 203 it is. Thank you very much. And now we come to lot 153, the Danish Schutz. Wonderful work. And we start the bidding here at 450,000 pounds, at 450,000, 480, 500,000, at 500,000 pounds now, at 500,000 pounds, 550,000 pounds, at 550,000 pounds now already, at 550,000 pounds now, at 550,000 pounds for the Danish Schutz, at 550,000 pounds, at 550,000 in any advance, at 550,000 pounds. At 550,000 pounds, Isabella, you're coming in at 550,000 pounds now. At 550,000, would you like to bid? At 550,000 pounds, you all done? Would you like to bid at 550,000 pounds? Are you coming in? At 550,000 pounds, you all done? Fair warning. Otherwise, I will bring the hammer down unless you want to come in. I have 550,000, it's against you. At 550,000, you want to try one bid? At 550,000 pounds. Can you hear? At 550,000, otherwise I will bring the hammer down at 550,000. Pass. And now we come to the Picasso tête. The late work, lot 154. Thank you very much. And we will start the bidding here at 1,400,000, at 1,004,000, at 1,400,000, 1,500,000, at 1,500,000, 1,600,000, at 1,600,000 now, at 1,600,000 pounds now, at 1,600,000 pounds for the Picasso. At 1,600,000, looking for 17, at 1,600,000 pounds. 1,600,000 pounds now. At 1,600,000 pounds. At 1,620,000 you want to bid? We can try it, £1,620,000. At £1,620,000, and I can sell it at £1,620,000 on the phone with Bernhard Brunstetter. And unless anyone wants to round it up a bit more, otherwise I'm taking the bid at £1,620,000. Sold, thank you, Bernhard. 130 is the number. Which brings us to lot 155, which is the Alberto Burri, the marvelous Rosso Plastica, showing here from an important Italian private collection. It's been in the same collection since it was bought in 1963, the year it was created. And we start here at 1,600,000, 1,600,000, 1,700,000, at 1,700,000 pounds now, 1,800,000, at 1,800,000 pounds, at 1,800,000 now, at 1,800,000, 1,900,000, at 1,900,000, 2 million. Thank you very much, sir. 2 million pounds in the room. At 2 million pounds, I have here in Bond Street in our sale room at 2 million pounds. Thank you, sir. At 2 million pounds, I have, and I can sell it at 2 million pounds only, unless there's any advance. Claudia, at 2 million pounds, otherwise I'm selling it. Thank you, sir. It's your bid in the room at 2 million pounds. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much, sir. 921 it is. Thank you. And now we move on to the Scarpita, lot 157, showing here up front. Runner arriving, and we start here at £300,000, at 300,000, 320, at 320, at £320,000 now, 320,000, 350 now, at 350,000, at 350,000, 380,000, at 380,000, 400,000 with Claudia at £400,000. Now Claudia's bid at £400,000 with Claudia Dweck. For the Scarpita at £400,000. And Tanya, what do you say? At 400,000, 420 I have with Tanya. At 420,000. Tanya's bid, 420,000. 450. Claudia Dweck. At £450,000. 480, thank you. At 480,000. 480,000. Looking for 500. 400. 500 it is. Thank you, Claudia. At £500,000, 550. 550. Tanya's bid, 550. 550,000. 550,000 with Tanya at 550. 580. 580,000. Next is 600. At £580,000. 600 it is. Thank you, Tanya. At £600,000 now. Claudia, it's against you. At £600,000. Try one more. 620, thank you. 620,000. At £620,000. That's 620,000 with Claudia Dweck. And selling then, you sure? Thank you very much. Fair warning, all done in the room at 620. Thank you, Claudia. Congratulations, 112. Thank you. And now, lot 158 is the Gerhard Richter small abstract from 1992. And we start here at 600, 650, 700 at £700,000. Now at 750, at 750. 800,000, thank you, Alex, at £800,000 for the Richter. 850, Amy, thank you, at £850,000. Amy's bid at 850, and against you, Alex. Against you, Alex, I have 850 with Amy at £850,000. It's Amy's bid at 850,000. Not yours, Alex, at 850,000 pounds. Your bid. Martin? What? I have 850. Will you give me?
860.
860, yes, thank you. At £860,000. Thank you. Against the two of you, Amy and Alex. 860.
900.
900, much better. Much better. Thank you, Amy, at £900,000. Try to get me at least 20 if you can, at £900,000. Amy's bid. Not yours, Alex. Martin, are you out? At £900,000 for the Richter. And any advance here in the rooms? Or on the phone, Banks, at 900,000. It's your bid, Amy, not yours, Martin. Selling, fair warning, Alex, at 900,000. Are you done? Yes? Sold. Congratulations. 151. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you very much, Helena.
Thank you. And now we come to the Picasso. Lot 159, which is Le Peintre et son modèle, painted in 1964, featuring one of the most all-consuming motifs of Picasso's life, the artist and the model. And we start here at £1 million, at £1 million to start, 1,100,000, 1,200,000, 1,200,000, 1,300,000,
Bidding.
1,300,000,
Bidding from Hong Kong.
1,400,000. Julian Dawes in New York, thank you very much, Julian, at 1,400,000. Patty at 1,500,000, thank you very much, at 1,500,000. Patty's bid. Against you, Julian, now at 1,500,000 for the Picasso artist and model. At 1,500,000, still with 1,600,000 now. Alex Crystal, here in London, at 1,600,000. 1,600,000. 1,700,000. Patty.
1,650,000.
1,650,000. I didn't hear you. 1,650,000. Thank you, Patty. At 1,650,000. Against you, Alex and Julian. Patty's bid in Hong Kong. Thank you very much. At 1,170,000, thank you. Alex, back in.
1,800,000, please.
1,800,000 it is,
1,800,000,
yes.
please.
1,800,000, yes, thank you. 1,800,000, Patty. 1,800,000, Alex. 1,850,000 in London. Sure. And Julian? Julian, you want to come back in at £1,850,000 for the Picasso and selling then, you're all done. Fair warning, at 1,850,000. Sold, Alex. 108. Thank you. Congratulations.
Herzlichen Dank.
Lot 160 is the Fénon Léger, the composition sur fond vert, being shown to you here on the easel from 1929, 1930. And we start here at only £500,000, at 500,000, 550,000, 580, at 580,000, £600,000 now, at 600,000, at £600,000 now, at 600,000, 620 now, at £620,000, at £620,000 now, at £620,000, you're coming in, 650, thank you, Tanya's bid at 650,000 with Tanya, at 650,000, I can sell it, at £650,000. 680, thank you, Emma, at 680,000. Will you give me 700? At 680, 700 it is. With Tanya, at £700,000 against you, Emma. At 700,000, it's Tanya's bid at 700,000. Will you say 720, Emma? At 700,000, I have. With Tanya.
Against
720, thank you very much. It's 720,000, looking for 750. 750 I have. With Tanya, thank you. At 750,000, Emma. Against you at 750, 780. Yes, thank you. At 780,000, 800 now for the Léger, 1929 to 30 at £800,000.
The next
at £800,000.
900.
You want to jump to 900 like this? All the better. We'll get there quicker for tonight's match at £900,000. At £900,000, 950, and 950 with Tanya, at 950,000. At 950,000, you're out. Thank you anyway, though. At £950,000. Sold, Emma. Tanya, 214, and thank you, Emma, at 950,000. Which brings us to the Nolde, lot 162. These sunflowers are locked into Sonnenblumen, and we start here at 450,000, 450,000, 480, at 480,000, 500,000, at 500,000, at 500,000, 550,000 now. At £550,000 now. At £550,000 now. At 550,000. 580,000 with Brooke at £580,000 now. Brooke's bid at £580,000 at 580,000 with Brooke, and I will sell it at £580,000. It's Brooke's bid at 580,000. I can sell it at 580,000 with Brooke. Thank you. At 580. Sold. Thank you, Brooke. 580. 138. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Lot 163 is the Van Dongen, La Piazzetta Venise. And showing here on the easel, a beautiful painting of Venice. And we will start here at 180,000, 180, 190, 200,000 now, 200,000, 220,000, at 220,000, at 220,000 now, at 220,000, at 220,000, at 220, 240,000 online with the online bidder, at £240,000 with the online bidder. 260 with Claudia. I took 260 with Claudia. It's against you online. At 260,000, Claudia's bid against you online. At £260,000 with Claudia Dweck, and I can sell it at £260,000, 280 now online. At 280,000, will you give me 300? At 280,000 online, will you say 300? At £280,000, Claudia, give me 300. Thank you. 300,000, Claudia's bid. At £300,000, would you like to come back in online? At £300,000, Claudia's bid in the room here at Sotheby's in Bond Street. At £300,000, it's not yours online. Do you want to try one more? Give me 20. At £300,000, otherwise I'm selling, fair warning, to Claudia Dweck at £300,000. Sold, thank you. 209. Thank you online as well. And lot 164 is the Picasso Mousquetaire Tête from an important private collector, showing here on the easel here up front, and we will start here at 900,000, 950, £1 million, at £1 million now. At £1 million, at £1 million now, at £1 million, at £1 million, £1,100,000. Patty Wong in Hong Kong, thank you. £1,100,000 with Patty in Asia. At £1,100,000.
150, please.
£1,150,000. Yes, I'll take it. £1,150,000. Greg in New York, thank you. I want £1,200,000. I took with Marina. No, then I take it from Patty. Then Patty, I take your bid at 1,200,000. Yes, at 1,200,000 with Patty. In Hong Kong, Greg, at 1,200,000 with Patty.
1,250, please.
Thank you, 1,250,000. Thank you, 1,250,000. Will you say 1,300,000? Thank you, 1,300,000 with Patty in Hong Kong. 1,300,000. And against you, Greg, 1,300,000.
1,350, please.
1,350 again, I take. Thank you very much. £1,350,000. And Patty? Yes? 1,400,000 it is. Thank you. 1,400,000 in Hong Kong. 1,400,000, battling it out between Greg and Patty. I have 1,400,000.
1,450, please.
1,450,000 again, I take. Thank you, Greg.
Please.
1,500,000 it is. Quickly coming back in. Patty in Asia at 1,500,000. Still Patty's bid at £1,500,000. You sure? You're out? I'm selling it then, thank you anyway, to Patty's bidder at £1,500,000. Sold. Congratulations, Patty. Thank you very much. 141 is the number. And now we come to the last lot, which is the Henri Matisse, the beautiful screen print on linen, Oceanie, La Mer. Beautiful work here, and showing on the screens precursor to the cut-out murals that would define his mature career. We start the bidding here at 380,000, at 380,000, £400,000, at £400,000 now, at 400,000, 420, at 450 with Patty.
No, 450. Yeah.
Your bid of 450. Yes, I took it there, Patty. I see you. £450,000. Thank you, Patty, at £450,000. Patty's bid in Hong Kong at £450,000. At £450,000, are you coming in? At 480, thank you, Claudia. At 480,000, and against you, Patty, against the two of you as well in this room, at £480,000. At £480,000, it's still with Claudia. Not yours, Thomas, not yours, Tanya. At 480,000, Patty, £500,000. Thank you, Thomas. At £500,000. You want to try, Tanya? At £500,000, I took the bid from Thomas by Bimmer, not yours, Pat. 520, thank you. Claudia's bid at 520,000. At £520,000, Thomas, you give me 550. 550 with Tanya ahead of you. Tanya got there first at 550,000 for the fantastic Matisse. Beautiful screen print at 550,000, not yours, Claudia. And Thomas, give me 580. At 550,000, I have with Tanya's bidder. Try 580. At 550. Thank you, Claudia. I took it ahead, just ahead of you. Just ahead of 580. And who will be first to say 600 from Thomas or Tanya? I have 580. Claudia's bid.
600.
600. There you are, Thomas. Just in time at £600,000. And Claudia?
620.
620. Back in at £620,000. Try 650 at 620,000. Claudia still at 620,000 pounds. Try one more, Thomas, at 620,000 for this magnificent Matisse screen print at 620,000. Still with Claudia. 650 it is at 650. And Claudia, will you give me 680? At 650,000 pounds. Thomas's bid now at 650,000. 680. At 650. 680. Yes. Claudia at 680,000. I'm looking for 700. At 680,000 pounds. 700. Thank you, Thomas. At 700,000 pounds. At 700,000 pounds is Thomas's bid. At 700,000 pounds. We try one more. Claudia. At 700,000 pounds. Are you going to try one more? 720. And still climbing. They're hard to find. At 720,000 pounds. Thomas, we try one more. 750 I'm looking for. At 720, still with Claudia. 750, thank you. At 750 now. At 750,000 pounds. Try 780, Claudia. 750,000. Still with Thomas. Boy Bowman. At 750,000. Would you like to try one more? 750,000. The suspense is killing us at 750,000 pounds for the last lot. You're out. Thank you very much. 780,000. Thank you. Sir, for your bid at 780,000, I have here in the room, in Bond Street, at 780,000 pounds, looking for 800, Thomas. At 780,000 pounds in the room, thank you, sir, for your bid. At 780,000 pounds, yes, 800,000 pounds, it's still climbing. At 800,000 pounds, will you say 820? At 800,000 pounds, Thomas's bid. Would you? Thank you very much. 820 I have now. At 820,000 pounds. At 820,000. At 820,000. You want to try one more? 820,000 pounds. Yes, 850 I have now. At 850. 880, thank you, sir. At 800. 860 is good too. Thank you very much. At 860,000 in the room here. Thank you for joining us at 860,000 pounds here in our sale room.
870.
870. I knew that might happen at 870. You sure? You're out? Thank you for coming. 870,000 pounds it is. Sold. Thank you very much. 114. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, for joining us today for our live stream auctions in London. Our day sales are still open for bidding, featuring some fabulous works by many of the same artists we've seen in today's sales, as well as exceptional works by their peers, so please do take a look. In addition, there is only one day left to bid on Sir Tim Berners-Lee's original source code for the World Wide Web being offered as an NFT. And looking forward to our autumn and to our new series of live stream sales in October in Hong Kong, we are delighted to share with you here for the first time news of our forthcoming collaboration with the internationally celebrated Wong Kar-wai, the first Chinese director to win the Best Director Award at the Cannes Film Festival. Wong's avant-garde style embodies the spirit of modernist aesthetics, making him the perfect fit for our modern art sale. I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are in the world, and leave you with this short taster created by Wong Kar-wai. That just leaves me to say thank you very much for joining us at Sotheby's today, and I wish you a very happy summer.